Well, hello there, present tubers, to another stream with Blue Ankylo. Guess I better get started here. It's about 7 my time. Maybe I should double check everything's working on YouTube side. How you guys doing? Back for more streaming? Back closer to the regular time, I suppose. With the side of trying to stay awake. Try to reset my sleep schedule a little bit better than staying up all night. Yeah, it looks like YouTube's doing its thing here. Good. Alright. So, we're going to get started here in just a minute. Just trying to make sure things are working best I can on behind the scenes. Hey there, Melior. Yeah, this is closer to a better time for most people. I mean, it's better for me too than staying up all night, probably. But I did stay up all night, so I got to stay up long enough to sleep at a more reasonable time. I did have a bit of a nap, but it was like a nap when most people were asleep. But yeah, we got a new game. Another ROM hack, technically. Although, this one's pretty impressive. I thought the last one was good, but... Well... You wanna know how good it is? I hope they use this for one of the trainer battles, anyway. This is what you need in a Pokemon game, right? Yeah, I finally got some actual normal episodes going on the channel. I have uploaded all the Pure Red ROM hack now, and hopefully wrangled YouTube into doing its job. I don't have cool thumbnails or anything for them, but hey, you know, some content's better than no content. But we will be starting up a new ROM hack with Polished Crystal here shortly. Let me just make sure all the things are working. I'm gonna want to pop this up. Yeah. We're gonna go through a quick list of what this ROM hack is, and then we will get started. I think I'll probably do it as a recorded episode for the intro so that people can see what's going on. Alright, looks good. Alright, well, I think I'm ready to go. And hopefully Chad is too. The present tubers. Because your presence is the gift. Alright. Hello, future tubers. And present tubers. And welcome to another Pokemon ROM hack with me, Blue Ankylo. If you're following the channel, we recently played through Pokemon Pure Red, a catch-all 151 kind of ROM hack for Pokemon Blue Red, which was a lot of fun. I had a good time and learned some things that I didn't know. Right off the bat, just full disclosure, whatever. I'm certainly not an expert on Pokemon. I'm just a guy that played them when I was a kid, and my knowledge of gens of recent generations are much, much lower than old, and it drops off fast. So if you watch the Pure Red one, I probably mostly knew what I was talking about and remembered the story and directions reasonably well. This one, I actually didn't play very much. I did play through it once, and I believe I played through the remakes, which are on the DS. They're in Generation 4. I actually played them more than whatever the mainline Gen 4 game was. So I'm reasonably familiar with the story and routes and general design of Pokemon Crystal. Technically, Gold, Silver, Crystal's the third option, right? Like they do a lot of times. It's the sort of expansion with a little bit extra in it. So I'm not sure if I ever played Pokemon Crystal on the actual Game Boy or Game Boy Color, but I definitely played either Silver or Gold a little. But So we're getting into the generations where I'm gonna start losing stuff quick. Anyway, so we're going with that. So feel free if I'm messing up. That'll happen. I'm probably not gonna be able to compare what's new in the ROM hack to what was in the vanilla game very well. So everything's gonna feel kind of new to me because I don't know this one near as well. Anyway, we're gonna talk a little bit about what Polished Crystal is. It's a pretty huge, ambitious ROM hack. It does a lot of stuff. Some things I maybe wish it didn't, but I think it was the nicest looking one I could find. So this is the one I'm going to try. And I have seen it has a lot of really good reviews. So there are, or should be, links in the description for the future videos, as well as the live stream if you want to read more about it, or perhaps play along there as well. Hey there, Jacob. Thanks for hanging out. So we're going to open today's episode stream with we're going to go talk about a little bit what the ROM hack does. And I've got it on screen, so I'll talk about these quick. I have a few rules for my playthrough. We're not doing a fancy Nuzlocke, sorry, breaking everyone's heart. I just don't know the game well enough, especially a ROM hack, to do any super challenging rule set. So my personal rules are really soft, and we might break them if we need to. But mainly, I don't want to explicitly over-level or grind to higher levels. If I do grinding, it tends to be to catch up other alternate Pokemon to try them out. Not like, let's have one 10, 20, 30 levels higher than all the gym leaders and stuff. So we're going to try to keep it relatively fair. We're going to try to catch all to finish the Pokedex, although I know in Gen 2 that's kind of a lost cause. The roaming wild ones, the whatever they're called, the 3 legendaries, the 3 birds in Gen 1 are consistent. In Gen 2, not the same. They are random encounters in random areas, sort of, as far as I understand. And also they tend to roar, teleport, etc. out of the fight. So we might give it a shot. I don't want to spend hundreds of hours on it, though. So we're going to try to catch as much as we can, because you do unlock stuff generally with filling up your Pokedex anyway. But I'll aim for everything, and we'll see what happens. I'm also mostly banning my Generation 1 Pokemon. In the previous Pure Red playthrough, I banned things that I used a lot or I thought were popular, and tried to use some of the lesser knowns. So the same rule applies here, except that now I'm mostly banning the first 150, because those are the 150 I know pretty well, and I'm going to force myself to learn and use some of the newer ones. So prepare for me to completely get messed up all the time, using Pokemon I've never seen before. Because a lot of my personal experience is just using the same stuff over and over again, because it's easy. We're going to try not to do that. We're going to also try to follow the standard rule I had last time with not spamming items in a trainer battles. I don't want to use revive, etc., etc. I'm basically soft limiting it to like a couple minor items, a couple healing items or full item, like full heals, paralyzed heals if it's annoying, but nothing too spammy. So a couple items in a Poke Battle, kind of like how the gym leaders have a few items. But we're not just sitting there super potioning us our way to victory, because that's not fun. And of course, we will be willing to do all kinds of speed ups with alternate music if necessary. These games can obviously be quite grindy, even with some nice quality of life features in the ROM hack. So that's my general rules for the run, and I might change them as I feel like it. So those are just the starting point. Now, for the actual ROM hack itself, to describe a little bit more about it's Polished Crystal is the name of the ROM hack. And I'm going to specifically pop up the GitHub for it. I didn't see a ROM hacking link to it, although there might be. So Pokemon Polished Crystal, link in the description. You can certainly download pretty easily. The overall summary here is you can catch all 253 without having to do trades. So that's the feature I really cared about, was not having route exclusives or version exclusives, trade exclusives. Pick one of 3. I'm assuming we'll be able to find all the starters at some point and all that stuff. So that's really good. That's the stuff that's my core feature, so it's in. Excellent. There are some new moves, although when they say new moves, it's swapped moves. The Game Boy Color had pretty limited memory, so I've looked at it. They're not new, they're just not in Gen 2. They're moves from other generations, more recent generations, and they removed some of the garbage moves in Gen 2. So that shouldn't be too crazy, and I don't think there's going to be any of the stuff from Pure Red, where we had like Electric Snag and Duskclaw that were actually added that aren't in the official moveset list ever. So I believe all the new moves are just from, Gen 3, 4, etc. The TMs are a little different, the move tutors are a little different. They're also non-consumable, so that's something that the more recent Pokemons did, if I understand correctly. You can reuse TMs the same as HMs in the old days. So that's kind of nice. Here's one of the more contentious ones I'm not super happy about. They've added fairy typing into Gen 2. Gen 2 was where they added Dark and Steel. So Gen 1 is the only game with no Dark or Steel. And then from Gen 2 on, they added Dark and Steel. And I'm reasonably familiar with Dark and Steel. Not amazing, like I'll forget details certainly, but I'm generally, remembering them. And I think technically they swapped a couple weaknesses with Dark and Steel from Gen 2 to 3, or there was a couple minor tweaks, I think. But anyway, this ROM hack specifically adds the fairy type, which is something that normally didn't get added till Gen 5 or 6 or something, and I have literally zero experience with fairies. So that's going to stumble me up a lot, but there's no way to turn it off that I can see. They also have the physical special split, so moves will have either a physical or special attachment, rather than normally in Generations 1, 2, and 3, where water types are always special, fighting types are always physical. They're using the more modern one where they split it, which is good, but I wasn't, honestly, both of these changes wasn't in my list of things I was looking for. It just happens to be in this ROM hack. They've also added in natures, so if you're familiar with the more recent games, that was, I think, a Generation 3 thing. I'm not great with natures, but they're fine. It's just a plus 10% stat. One stat is plus 10%, the other stat's minus 10%. It's relatively minor in a casual playthrough. We're not competitive, so it doesn't really matter, and I'm not going to really focus on it, so that's fine. The TMs are reusable. Free running shoes is good. Continuous repel is good. So most of the stuff is fine. I think the things I'm not sure about tends to be the fairy and maybe physical special split. A bunch of new content restored from Red Blue, and some stuff from the remakes, Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Those are the Generation 4 remakes. And I don't know the details, but some story characters, some post-game content. They've changed the level curve of some of the trainers and gym leaders, so we'll see if that's hard or fair. There's lots of new music and graphics. Actually, I hope you are excited to see some of the crazy changes this ROM hack has, because it is honestly a level of production quality I was not expecting. This looks real good, and you even have a built-in Nuzlocke mode if you wanna play like that. You don't have to have like a personal rule set. You can have the game enforce the permadeath and stuff, which is interesting. Anyway, I'm not going to go through the whole list. There is a ton of stuff that's changed, and we'll learn it as we go. If you want to read more, you can go through the features list here. And it does explain a lot more. I'll read through it. There's some Pokemon changes to the first 251, so they've added in these guys and removed those guys. Some of these are like good. They got rid of some of the babies, some of the garbage Pokemon, and just added other stuff. Interesting, right? And I think they wanted to add some fairy types so that it's like, if I remember correctly, the first 250 Pokemon, there's only like 3 or 4 fairies if you're trying to retcon them in. So they probably added a few specifically here, I would be willing to bet. More evolutions for the EVs. Things like I said, you don't have to worry about leveling. You don't have to trade to evolve, so we've got a couple mechanics for that. I'll keep an eye on this as we go. There's the full list of move changes and all the battle mechanics. Anyway, this goes on, and we could spend all episode just reading about it. It looks like a very, very ambitious ROM hack. So that's all I'm going to talk about it for now. Lots and lots of changes. And like I said, I won't necessarily even be able to identify what was a change or what was in the base game, because sometimes I don't remember Generation 2 that well. Also, hey there, David. So, I think that's the intro. 10-minute intro, could be worse. I will say in advance, for live chat, for the present tubers, when we start catching, and, episode 1 will probably have lots of new Pokemon to catch, suggest names, nicknames. I'm going to try to nickname them all, and I do like it when chat has some good ideas. So we'll try to keep that trend going as well. Alright, without further ado, there's one thing to show before we load into the game, but it's short. So, Pokemon Polished Crystal. I'm pretty sure there was no music player in the original game. And just to give you an idea, there's a lot of music ported into this ROM hack that was not in Generation 1. A lot of these are from other Pokemon games, like the Generation 3, 4, 5. I think I've seen them from at least up to Gen 5. And they've been arranged into Gameboy sort of chiptune style. And you can watch it on a visualization thing here, which is pretty crazy. Like, this is from Diamond Pearl, right? SM is that Sun and Moon, so that's pretty recent generation, right? Like there's a lot of music ported in. So we'll try to play it. I won't go into super speed and lose the music too often. I'll try to show off some of the cool, you know, extra music. They don't always work in Game Boy as well as others, but overall, I'm really impressed with the production quality of this stuff. So the last one I want to show on this screen is, of course, they added a non-Pokemon music. So I guess we can look forward to some trainer playing this when we fight them. Maybe. Anyway, I was just impressed that they ported in friggin' Megalovania. Pretty cool. This will be our theme song. Okay, we're gonna get started here. Sure, leave it on Megalomania when we're getting started. So we'll go through some options here for getting started. Battle effects, or we want to see those. I think it actually defaults to set, which is the harder style, where if you kill something, you don't get to counter switch. But I like easy mode a little bit. Free running shoes is good. You can change the border if you want. That's fine. You can add little Pokeballs in the corner, that's fine. And then there's some custom options. I don't think these were in the main game probably, but you can use freedom units or European units. You can also change the font if you want, which is pretty cool. Some of these are terrible, eye-burning. This is not the worst, I guess. Some of them are or you could just not read anything, I guess. That's fun, right? So, there's some options. I'm probably just going to leave it at normal for now. And that's our options to start. So, let's get to it. Please choose how you want to play Polished Crystal. So this is where there's some cool in-game options. I'm always a real fan when ROM hackers, modders, they add the ability to turn off some of their stuff. So if you don't like the natures, which weren't in Pokemon Gold, Silver, Crystal originally, you can turn them off. You don't have to have that plus 10% split. You can turn off unique Pokemon abilities. I don't know these very well, and I've been talking with people who've been playing Pokemon longer than me, play way more Pokemon than me, and also don't know about abilities. But, like, seriously, this is where my understanding of Pokemon starts to get a bit fuzzy. I know some of them, but I certainly couldn't predict a random Pokemon what kind of abilities it will have. So I'm going to leave it on, because I think this ROM hack is designed for it, or perhaps balanced around these things being on. But it will throw a wrench in your nostalgia for Pokemon Crystal Game Boy version, because it's not going to be the way it was originally. We're also able to turn this physical special split off. This has a vast effect, a huge compounding effect on the balance of the game. And I don't want to mess it up if the ROM hacker designers specifically balance their EXP curve for it. Because this will make certain Pokemon way stronger than vanilla. Remember in Pure Reds, the classic example is our Krabby Kingler, who has a very low special attack and a very high physical attack. But his unique Crabhammer water attack doesn't use his physical stat. So it always was kind of weak in Gen 1. And normally Gen 2 and 3 until the split at Generation 4. But we can add it in here, which will make some of those guys way more effective with some of the moves. And seeing as they changed a lot of moves for this ROM hack, and I'm assuming they've balanced it around it, I'm going to turn it on. Again, it's not going to feel the same as the original Crystal experience, but if you played the remake, Soul Silver or Heart Gold, that would have the split in it. So this stuff would all be on if you played Soul Silver or any of those, whatever the remake were, because they're in Gen 4. Except for the fairy stuff, which is not in the remake. I don't actually know what EXP scaling means. I was trying to find it in the features, but I don't think I ever found it. Because it's one of those features that sounds interesting. It defaults to no, which is what I'm going to leave it at, I think. But yeah, I don't really know what the difference is. EXP scaling might mean you get more experience the lower level you are compared to the opponent, and then less as you get to be a higher level than them. But I'm not going to turn that one on because I don't know it well enough. This one's just kind of a neat feature, and I'm really surprised you can even do this on the old Game Boy games. But IVs are they call individual values. Again, I'm gonna explain things as though you know nothing. If you're already a Pokemon expert, my apologies. But IVs are like every Pokemon has like base stats and growth rates, sort of. But IVs are unique for each and kind of distributed however they do it for the generation. So they get some strengths and weaknesses in specific stats that sort of randomize their starting point, basically. And apparently in this ROM hack, they will also change the color. So maybe a very strong fish will be red, and a very defensive fish will be blue, or red or blue, or something like that. I don't know what they actually changed. But hey, it seems cool. Why not? We'll leave it on. That seems fun. I don't know what perfect stats means. No idea. And select and start. Don't. Oops. Dang it. That was not. Hold on. Start just skips the menu entirely. Just gonna reset that real quick. I don't know if there's a way to see what they actually mean. So we're gonna start that over again real quick. So yes, no, because that was the default. Traded Pokemon treat you as the original trainer. As far as I understand, the main difference with that is the if you don't have the right badge, they'll misbehave if they're high enough level. So we'll leave that off. And then there's your Nuzlocke mode if you want to play hard mode. So let's get started. I'm gonna be tweaking the volume of the game every now and then just to try to get a good balance. I did realize in my Pure Red episodes, if you're watching those still, the game music's a bit too quiet actually. So I'm gonna turn that up a little bit, but hopefully live chat, if the game audio is too loud or quiet, you can't hear it over my voice, please let me know. So I'm not gonna do a lot of voice acting here, but every now and then. So we get to set the clock, and conveniently one of the ROM hack features is we can change it at will. We don't have to wait around for nighttime Pokemon. We can just change the clock from the main menu, so that's fine. But we'll start with, legitimately, it is around 7 o'clock in the morning right now when I start the stream. So let's do that. I don't know what time it is. I can't even see. Let's say it's around 7:30. There you go. We overslept. We never sleep. All right, so new Pokemon professor. Instead of oak, it's elm. I don't know why they're all trees. It's just how it is. The Pokemon prof. Hey, look, that Pokemon's not normally in this game. I'm pretty sure that looks like a fairy. Maybe an Eevee. Never had one of them before. Anyway, we got the Pokemons. We're gonna go capture them and slave labor them to victory. I mean, supporting each other to victory. Some people play with them. Some people battle with them. Some people make them do all their work while they sit around. Some children collect them. Crazy. So, let's go solve some Poke mysteries. Are you a boy or girl? Well, I will say maybe we should play as the girl this time, right? Last time we had the default boy. I don't think there was a girl option in Pure Red. So sure, why not? Totally. So I actually had a kind of a somewhat clever name for this one, because if you remember our nicknaming conventions, we are not the same Blue as in the first game. It is definitely a different character. So clearly we're just Blue 2. It's genius, guys. No one has ever been so clever to rename their main character Blue 2 for the second game where a Mewtwo exists. Because I'm not the first person to go Mew and Mewtwo. It's Blue and... Okay, it's terrible, but that's what we're doing. We're Psychic Mastermind with blue hair. Thank you very much. Tough times, fun times, challenges, dreams, adventures, Pokemons. I'll be seeing you later. Now, I don't know how much this looks like the original game, but boy, does this look like the graphics got an update to me. Whew. I don't remember, I don't remember it very well, but this certainly looks pretty high quality for a Game Boy game. So we'll just look at some stuff here. I know you can like mess around with your room if you want. We don't need a bed in our room. We don't need the walls. Yeah. There you go. Our room is bare. That's the way. We'll never come back. It's like, thanks, Mom. We're 10. We're leaving. We're never coming back. Okay, let's talk about a few features that I'm pretty sure are part of the ROM hack. Almost 100% sure that the bag system from future generations is not something that Generation 2 did. So we have nicely sorted items, key items, healing potions, balls, TMs, berries, like it's all modern. Look at that. That's really good. I can't believe they put that in there. You can see your badges and stuff as usual. Nothing too crazy here, I don't think. We can also change those options, like at the beginning if we don't like it. Although we can't change in the middle of the game whether you want, what are they called? The abilities and, I already forgot the name. The natures, right? So in the last Pure Red, we could change, like, all that stuff in the middle of the game, but not this time. Do we have a radio here? Pokemon Talk. Please tune in next time. Never mind. This is DJ Mary. Pokemon. It's like one of those radio ads. Just Pokemon, Pokemon, Pokemon. TV, TV, TV. It's a TV. You're supposed to be out there fighting Pokemon. What are you doing reading books? Professor Elm was the top student of Professor Oak. Alright, wow, let's get started. Hey, Mom. Your friend Lyra's here. Cool. She's our not exactly rival. I liked how they did it in the second generation. Instead of just you and your rival neighbor, you've actually got a friend instead of a rival. Well, there's still sort of a rival, but you know what I mean. It's cool. And then that way there's 3 main characters for each of the starter Pokemon, you know? So we get some Pokegear, sure. You gotta have the Pokegear to be a Pokemon master. It's essential. What day is it? Does anyone know what day it is? What day is it? Thursday? I think it's Thursday. Doesn't really matter. We can change it. Is it daylight savings time? Look, I'm only 10. I don't know. I don't know how everyone set this stuff. Mom, is it daylight savings? I don't know. Probably not. Make sure you come home to change your clock with daylight. If you're going to play this for years, make sure you change it. I know how to use shoes. It's fine. You don't need to read instructions to use shoes, guys. It's fine. You can always run. I'm always running. So that's why we're fast, and we can go slower if you want. But yeah, running shoes, good feature. Pokemon magazines, the Pokepal. I mean, there's a lot of, I'm not going to check all these, don't worry. I just want to start off strong with the movie. Stars dot the sky as 2 boys ride on a train. I'd better get rolling too. Except it's 2 girls. Hey, how come you're hanging out with my mom? Oh, sorry, she's not Lyra. This is Lyra's mom, right? Yeah. It's just the moms hanging out while the kids get ready for, fighting deadly monsters out in the grass. No big deal. So colorful and nice here in, I don't know the names of any of these towns. You know, the first game I could barely remember. The second game, Newbark. Newbark it is. The town where the winds of a new beginning blow. It's almost like a sequel. I prefer the color towns, but it's fine. Yo, Blue 2. I heard you're the second Blue. No, I actually heard that Professor Oak has a Pokemon. So let's do some quick chats. I don't want to spend too long without getting out there fighting some Pokemons, but we gotta do a little exploration. And it's hard for me to tell if it's new to Polished Crystal or just a default feature. You see the EXP scaling skill? Yeah, I don't know what it does. Stagemon's good. So that might be... I know in old generations for sure, there's like different growth rates for different Pokemon, so certain ones just, like, typically when you evolve them, they might level up a bit slower, like they need more XP per level. Maybe it tweaks that somehow, but well, I'm not going to worry about it too much. Lyra's not here. She's busy being a Pokemon assistant. Anyway, we just run into her room, steal her limited edition Pikachu N64. Bet you those are worth a lot of money if you still got one that's in good shape. I bet you. I did not have one. I didn't want one. A girl with her hair in pigtails is walking up a brick road. That one's definitely Wizard of Oz. I don't know what the other one was. The Train Track Boys, there's a name. That's a classic too. I forget the name though. Let's just steal some fresh water though. Anyway, there's actually a surprising amount of intractable objects, but that's not why we're watching the stream. So. Pikachu is actually evolved. This is a lie. But yeah, it turns out they're going to retcon that they don't start as a Pikachu anymore. Now they start as a baby. And that's a decision that will haunt Pokemon forever. Anyway, probably nothing else to do in here. There's always such a refreshing breeze. There's this weirdo, like, sneaking a peek into, Professor Elm's lab. What are you doing? Slinking around. So this is the famous Elm Pokemon lab. What are you staring at? Just kicks us out of there. Probably never see them again. Secret entrance? When I grow up, I'm gonna help my dad. I'm gonna be a great Pokemon professor. Yep. We all forget to eat when we're having fun playing Pokemon games. Pokemon, where do they come from? Where are they going? What are they? Why has no one seen a Pokemon's birth? I want to know. Alright, well, we've read it. We've stolen his thesis paper. It's a bunch of difficult books. Hey, we're 10. We're doing as best we can. I think we're 10. Are we 10 in this game? I thought that was the standard starter age, but... Anyway, hey, Lyra. Let's go meet up with the professor and get our baby Pokemon going. We've already spent, like, 15 minutes doing nothing, so... Bluetooth. It's gonna sound like Bluetooth. Alright, we're gonna go on an adventure to help him write his paper. Easy enough. Just 2 kids that live in town, go fight some deadly Pokemon, stop an evil mafia crime organization from taking over the world, so that I can finish my research paper. Responsibility. Hey, I'll take the free Pokemon. Oh, I guess we have to choose our starter here. I don't know these ones as well as the first 3, so we'll see. The mysteries of Pokemon. Alright. Oh, hey, I got an email. We've invented email between games. And phones. I have an acquaintance called Mr. Pokemon. His... Sounds like he was named by, a 10-year-old. Alright, well, we'll have to go visit him. It's fine. Here, I'm too busy writing papers, so take this wild animal in a ball and fight some other animals and go visit a friend 2 towns down the road. Alright, what do we want? Well, the green one I'm gonna probably veto, because this one sucks. We tried Bulbasaur on the last one, before I ended up getting rid of him. Whatever this guy's called, I think is probably terrible, right? No one likes Chikorita. Get out of here. Someone probably loves them, I'm just unsubscribed. We've got the fire one. This one's pretty cool looking. It's kind of like a weasel with its back on fire. Might be a little bit dangerous to train, given it's literally on fire. Cyndaquil. Could be fun. Or, finally, the last option is the crocodile. At least he's a carnivore. Totodile? Sure. Now, I think this is the one that I used when I played. And I remember him getting a lot of dark moves, which was pretty awesome, right? He's only a water type, but he gets some awesome dark attacks, which are new in this gen and awesome, basically. But I'm sort of trying to follow my same rules as I used for Pure Red. And seeing as I think I usually take Totodile, I'm going to try something else. It's got to be the blue one? Well, I mean, that's a strong argument. The first gym is flying, so it doesn't really matter. The grass starter would be weaker to it, technically. You know what? You know what? I don't think I've actually used Totodile enough to ban him. And to be fair, we'll probably catch all 3 at some point in the wild because of the hack. So you know what? We'll go with blue for blue. You've convinced me, and I kind of remember this guy being good. I don't know if the others are any good, so this is fine. And we can always bench him if he carries us too hard. Alright, we do need a nickname for the Totodile. Look at this cute little animation there. Let's see. It's basically a water alligator. It gets pretty big. I don't have any nicknames prepared. We do have numbers now. We didn't have them in the last game. And, whatever foreign language. Well, no. It's just combinations, like... I guess that's an accent, but, let's go with, Water. I like it when they give you the pokedex entry first, and you can try to come up with a nickname based on the lore. This is still 10 characters, so a reasonable amount of name. This is our most important character. We gotta give him a good name. There's probably a way to rename them later, but I don't know for sure. Well, it's nothing too crazy. But there's a couple nursery rhymes about crocodiles and their teeth, so we'll call them Toothy. We'll go with that. Nothing too crazy. Ah, she stole the fire Pokemon. Which is funny, because she's fire, weak to water, so she actually takes the dumb option, which is... I do remember this being a nice twist, because the first game, your rival takes the one you're weak to, so he has the advantage. This time, she actually does it the other way around. But there's a trick. Alright, Mr. Pokemon lives way far away. We'll go deal with that. Just try to not be killed by rats and bats on your way over. Right, and we get a phone. This game came out, I think, around 2000? No, earlier than that. Late 90s? I forget the exact date of Pokemon Crystal. Actually, it might have been around the year 2000. Because there was a bit of a gap between Blue, Red, and then Yellow, and then a gap for Gen 2, and then it was Gold, Silver, and then another little gap before Crystal came out. And then it was Game Boy Advance after that, which might have been after the 2000s. So anyway, it was, you know, probably some people had those old Nokia straight, hard, you know, the impossible to break solid phones. You could do text messages. Probably you just have to pay $1 a text message, that's all. Great deal. Anyway, let's get going. This is fine. So there's a machine where you can heal them. That's great. What is this? Observations on Pokemon evolution. Okay, well that's what... We don't know what the observations are, but... Let's get to know each other by fighting! You guys get to see all the cool new animations here. Look at the artwork, though. So good. I don't know how much is vanilla in Crystal or polished, but whew, I'm pretty improved from the last game we played. We don't need to explain it. We're a Pokemon champion already. Alright, look at our little Toothy. Gonna beat up that Cinder. Also, new feature, almost 100% sure from the ROM hack. You can see the stats on the moves. It's real good. So, if you're unfamiliar with Pokemon, one time, the red star is whether it's physical or special. So that's a physical move using his attack stat and its defense stat. Normal is the typing. 40p is the power. 40 is a base weak ability. 100% is the accuracy. And then the PP, the best stat, is how many uses. So, that's all. He laser-eyed me. How dare you? Not a great start. So usually the strat is just to keep attacking. We could try to... I think Leer drops defense, but you're just kind of hoping that you dish more damage out than you get return, so... Oh, I guess we start with a berry. Another new feature for Generation 2, you can carry an item now, and if it's a berry, sometimes it'll trigger and stuff will happen. I have not memorized what berries do what, so don't worry about that. Looks like we win, though, because cheating. If it didn't have a berry, how come we had a berry? Nice. Enjoy that level up. And it shows you the stat gains, so that's cool. And we learned a move. So, as before, water Pokemon, water move, stab is 50% stronger than usual. And if an enemy is weak to water, that's another double. So it could be 300% power if it's weak to it. Simple. Most of the mechanics are pretty simple. It is a game for little children, you know. But it does get a bit more crazy as the generations build up. There is some pretty big depth. All right, let's get out there and start beating up some birds or something. I want you to have this. Oh, thanks. Have a potion, thanks. There's only 2 of us. Ro is busy. Yeah, I think Professor Oak had more stuff. Anyway, now we can look at our Pokemon, and we can find out a little bit more about them. So I think this is a custom stat screen. I think most of this is new compared to the Game Boy game. Nothing really new on the first page. Does show the moves a little bit, although not the full details. You can see it in battle at least, so that's better than the old gens. I think this stuff is quite new. So the nature, this is where things are different. Relaxed is what is giving us an up arrow by defense and a down arrow by speed. And without getting really into the details, it's, I believe, 10% up and 10% down. So we have 10% more defense for the whole game and 10% less speed. So I don't know if relaxed is good. Being slow sucks, so generally that's not good. But hey, we are a little bit more defensive. There's also those IVs, which are mysterious and secret, and also change your stats a little, but it's hard to figure those out. And then, finally, this is the ability, which, you know, there's a million of them. There's just so many. And they don't usually make a very big difference, and I'm not going to spend very much time on them. I think most Pokemon have maybe 2 options, maybe a third if they have a hidden ability that's available. I don't know. I don't know. Usually Generation 2 doesn't have them at all, so that's a future gen thing. But I'll try to keep an eye on them if they sound interesting, but because we're Let's Playing, you know, I'm going to spend a little bit more time looking at them than normal. But most of them are pretty forgettable. Boost attacks on status problems. So if you get poisoned, your attack goes up by some amount. I don't even know how much. Mostly doesn't matter, because if we get poisoned or burned or whatever, we're going to just heal it. But it's interesting, you know? Alright, yeah, we got a little Pokemon. Cool. Should we tell our mom we're going on an adventure? Probably should tell our mom we're leaving. You know, by the way, this is not our mom's. Who's? No. Right, our mom actually... She moved. She's usually sitting right here. She went to the kitchen to make us lunch. Alright. Yeah, we do need to talk to her before we leave, though. I remember this bit a little bit. So, or maybe there's another trigger, because there's a thing we have to do with her. Maybe it's after we try to leave? No? Oh, maybe it's after we come back from, yeah, we're not really on the full adventure yet. This is like the tutorial section. So it's just like the first game where we had to go get a package for Professor Oak. We've got to go deliver a message. Well, we'll beat up some birds on the way, it's fine. So in the tall grass just outside of town, the monsters appear. We don't have any Pokeballs, so we can't capture anything, so we just kill them. Not very good opener, but we could use... So, Scratch and Water Gun have the same a power rating. One is special, one is physical. That's the blue circle, right? Same power except stab. So, consider Water Gun 60 for a water Pokemon versus 40. But I believe our physical stat is actually higher than our special stat, special attack. So, it's tricky sometimes to guess which will do more damage. And it, you know, the enemy might have more special defense or physical defense too, so if you don't know. That's where all the variability comes from. Wow, 2 steps? I feel like I really am playing an old school RPG. So that's a new one. This is something from Gen 2. I don't know what a Sentra is. Is it supposed to be like a flying squirrel or something? We'll have to catch one and maybe use it. It's like this version's Rattata, right? Instead of a rat, it's a chipmunk. Or flying squirrel. What it's called, a squirrel. So just so I can remember here, our stats are... We are generally defensive. Our defensive stats are pretty good. Our physical attack is a bit higher than our special attack. So if possible, we want to use water physical moves most of the time. But we may or may not get any, because normally you wouldn't have a special split. Normally there are no water physical moves in Gen 2, so that's kind of a trick. Keep out of the grass, yeah. But I'm pretty sure we have to walk through the grass to get anywhere. You know, trees, can't get rid of those yet. You can hop down the ledges as always. Lots of fun there. Probably find some hidden items out here somewhere. Alright, and I am gonna already start speeding up some of the repeat battles. Not for any specific reason, and I don't have any background music, but you can see the random encounter rate is a little bit bonkers, so we'll blast through some of these. Potions. I think they heal 20 or something. Nice deal. If it's new, we'll show it, but if it's something we've already beat, at this point they're already trivial fights, so we don't really need to think about this too much. And this is long enough game. I don't want to have to be here for 100 episodes. This game is longer than the first one, and that one took quite a while. I don't actually know what Foresight does. It's a move the Centret uses that identifies us, but I actually don't know what it does. Hey there, Epo. You love Crystal? Awesome. Yeah, this one, I don't know as well as the first one, so we'll be learning as we go. Also, hey there, Rufus. Yeah, there's some changes. There's nighttime Pokemon. There's... I think, is this just a dead end up here, if I remember correctly? Yeah. See, I kind of know this game, just not that well. But there's probably slightly different Pokemon on this route. And who knows what Polished adds, right? The little Rattata shaked his butt. But still, we're, you know, the level difference is already more than enough for this. You like the Xenonauts game? Yeah, that was a fun series. That's a long one. Whew. If you make it through the whole Xenonaut saga, I applaud you. Alright, we destroyed a rat. Level 8. There we go. More stats. Definitely looks like we took the defensive Pokemon. Maybe I should have gone with the Cyndaquil after all, but it's fine. Nope. Yeah, so we can actually go up this route. No big deal. Just wanted to show it off. There's probably something to catch up there, but we're not worried about that right now. Because we can't. Alright, other new mechanics. Berries. Unlike the remake, I don't think you get a watering spout. You don't have to water them all. When I played Soul Silver, the remake, I spent most of my time with berries just, like, multiplying them. I don't think I ever actually used them. So, in this game, I'm going to try not to be like that. We're going to specifically give whatever. I'm not going to hoard them. And we're going to try to learn what they do, rather than just hoarding them and growing them forever without using them. So, it's just a minor heal when you're maybe below half or something. Nothing crazy, just nice. But yeah, the held item strats are... Well, I'm sure there's some pretty smart strategies you can do. Or you can just forget about it and just give them a water-boosting held item. We don't really need to slow-mo a Pidgey at this point. Critical hit, we win, the end. Sure. We can head back to our home without walking through grass. Welcome to Cherry Grove. Rookie trainer, I can tell. Everyone's a rookie at some point. I'll teach you a few things. This is a Pokemon Center. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. It's fine. How do you know I'll be going there a lot? Pokemart. They sell balls. If you want to buy some balls, head on in. Thanks. Here's some water. This is old man. There's the road. There's some water. There's a store. This is a house. There's a bird over there. And finally, this is my house. Yep, you should probably visit me. My grandkids don't come by. Thanks, tutorial man. So, we have a new item. What is... It's not there. It's Yeah. So some of this stuff's probably a little different. I think that looks different to me. Maybe not. But that's a pretty nice little map they got. And you can, you know, see what all the names are. So yeah, we've got like I guess maybe this was in the original game, because I feel like they had the phone call system in the, I don't remember. I can't remember if it was in the remake or the original, and it's going to mix me up all the way through, so. Don't listen to me, it just looks cool. Maybe it's new, maybe it's not. Sure, Pokemon. They're fun. Pokemon gain experience when you kill stuff. Wow, and they change. It seems impossible that you could live in a world with these things and not just grow up understanding the basics, but adult Blue. Definitely had the phone, new map. That's kind of what I was thinking, yeah. You know, chat, feel free to update us on if you are a silver gold expert, you know. It's nice to know what's new for polished. Catch lots of Pokemon. Treat them nicely. Unless you want to use the move that does more damage when they hate you. There's two moves. I think the happiness system was in this Gen 2, I think. Pretty sure, actually. And there is a secret happiness stat where if you're really high, there's a couple things that work better. And if it's really low, there's another couple things that work better. So, mechanics that probably don't matter too much, but you never know. You better visit the Pokemon gyms and get the Pokemon badges. I want to be a gym leader. What element will you be, kid? Lame. So this town's kind of forgettable, honestly. There's not much here. Just town 1. We're not dealing with multiplayer online stuff, so forget that. Upstairs. That PC is free for anybody. The Pokemon Journal. Okay. One thing I've not been a fan of is the change to Pokemon that added... let's just call them mini-games. Dress-up parties, dancing parties, singing parties, contests. Nope, that was not what Blue wanted. Yep. So there's long-term storage. That's fine. The Pokemon Journal. The Pokemon Trainer Red. Wrong name. Red is said to have defeated his rival Blue. Never. Well, at least they get the news out here. Now, I don't know if we'll get the cool pure red trick of just speed healing, but I'm hoping we will one day, because we end up here a lot. Alright, one more store. What are we at? We're at 45 minutes. We gotta at least try to finish the tutorial quest before the episode. Bug Pokemon poison me. Oh no! Have we ever played an RPG with poison? And we've got 3,000 bucks, so we got a pretty good allowance. But there is a trick with the money in this game. We'll see. So no capturing lat. We're still in the tutorial phase. Let's try to speed through this. We're almost where we need to be. But there's going to be our first Caterpie. Hey there, David. Oh, we learned a new move. Rage. Weaker than Scratch. But I think it has a self-stat boost. It's nice for capturing stuff, too, because it's pretty weak. No stab. If you're watching the pure red ROM hack, they changed this one to be dragon. But in normal, it's just physical normal. Without weird hack changes, I believe it's... I don't think this is unusual. Like, pure red, I think, took more liberties with some of the changes. I think this ROM hack is truer to the normal rule set in other generations. I think. So, we probably learned a lot of bad habits by playing pure red for so long, and now have memorized the wrong things. Secret Lake? That one might have been glitched in the original games, with like a weird encounter set, because you normally, like, the developers forgot about it or something. I remember something about that. That berry's not orange enough. Because it's a Oran. You know, Pokemon eat berries. Great. But using mulch, you can speed it up. Yeah, no watering can, just mulch. Find some top quality March. You're a farmer now. Harvest Moon. Conveniently, we don't have to actually go through the menu. I don't know. It's just nice quality of life features like this that I appreciate. You just click the thing and it figures out what you want to do. Smart. Not very common in NES Game Boy games, honestly. So we got 2 Oran berries by spending some mulch. Alright. So, we got hidden items. Gotta get to Mr. Pokemon. Yeah, and these guys block the main road. This is, I think he actually has a name. He's kind of a recurring trainer kid. We'll see him later. Oh no, tall grass. Oh, hey, that's another new one. This could be our bug Pokemon if we want to give it a shot. Well, can't capture them yet, but like I say in my rules there, we're going to try to use the new ones. I bet you these guys have good special defense or something. If I was a ladybug. It is a pretty large bug, though. Alright, so this is just a dead end, no cut. So we have to go to the house. Alright, a little bit more story. You must be blue too. Mystery eggs. So this is the first game with eggs. Fun. I know a couple who run a daycare. Maybe you can breed Pokemon now. Probably not what I'm gonna do, but it's possible. Now, didn't we just hear that they've never seen a Pokemon give birth? So how do you know this is a Pokemon egg? It just happens to be an egg you found. Also, Professor OK. Honestly, we've never touched a Pokemon before. He just threw a crocodile at us and said, have fun, kid. I don't think it's love and care. It's more, take this dangerous crocodile and get out of my lab. I don't know. We're going to help this guy out, too, with his Pokedex, because 151's not enough. Turns out it's actually like 251. Turns out his research project was a failure. He didn't actually know how many Pokemon existed. I suppose in the real world, we don't know how many animals exist either. They're always discovering new species, so maybe it's fair. Maybe it's fair. Also, radio show, foreshadowing. Our crocodile doesn't need rest. It feeds on the bugs and birds of this forest. So we picked up the Pokedex. So now we can look things up here, which is cool. And I bet you these options are new. I doubt this was in Gen 2. For one, we didn't have Fairy, but we can sort now. There's nothing to sort through at the moment, so we're not going to find it. But it's certainly an interesting feature, and you can just change. So Johto, it's Kanto and then Johto. We're in Johto, and it's just going to list them from 1 to 100 for the current game. National mode is all of them from 1 to 250, basically. And usually you don't unlock this until you beat the main game, if you're wondering. But alphabetical and stuff's nice. I suppose you gotta use meters now rather than feet. But a 0.6 meter, that's 60 centimeters, that's a pretty tall crocodile. It doesn't weigh very much. Like 10 kilograms is pretty light. So, it's just a little crocodile. It's not too scary. And then you can check where you would find them in the wild, maybe. And I don't know how this this ROM hack handles the starters, because in Pure Red it wasn't too hard to find the alternate Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle starters, but I don't see them on the map. So maybe we're not going to have an easy time finding the alternate starters. I don't know. We'll figure it out, or we won't. Alright, we get interrupted phone calls all the time, too. Blue, it's a disaster. It's terrible, what should I do? Get back here. So glad we have a cell phone. Now all the adults can pester us. We'll try to get back to Professor Elm, though, for this episode. So I better go fast. It's already 55 minutes into the episode, and we gotta finish this tutorial. It does slow you down from capturing a fair bit. I kind of wish they didn't add quite so much tutorial in these games. You know, a little bit in the first game's fine, but after that, like, jeez. Make it optional at least. So we're just gonna go, it's gonna be quiet for a second because I'm gonna zoom. Zoom, zoom. Oh. Can't zoom through this. You got a Pokemon in that lab. What a waste, a wimp like you. Don't you get what I'm saying? Well, I too have a good Pokemon. I'll show you what I mean. Turns out we maybe do have a rival? The strange boy sends out a rat. Where did he get it? I think he had it even before he stole the starter, actually. Yeah, forced cutscenes and tutorials, and I know it just keeps getting longer and longer almost every game, it seems. Yeah. If they were just optional, it'd be fine. You know, there's always new people playing new, you know, the brand new games, but they're not that complicated, you know. Chikorita, that was the other starter. You're doing okay for someone weak. So yeah, we have a type weakness here, but fortunately it's too low a level to know anything strong. So we'll just scratch it. Maybe. Yeah, we'll be fine. Probably should have gone with Cyndaquil. Slow defensive is probably not what I really wanted. And I bet you the Cyndaquil is more of an offensive speedster. I do have a berry, so we've got that for us as well, right? Aha! The joke's on you. I too have learned the power of the berry. I guess I'm pretty glad. If I hadn't had that equipped, we might have actually lost this. Maybe, I don't know. It's only doing a couple damage. We probably would have been fine. Well, it healed us 10, so we would have been at 10. So yes, we would have been fine, but would have been a little bit scary. 3 points in defense, yeah. That's a lot. Huh. Are you happy you won? Thanks for the money, sucker. That's the rules. I beat up your animals, and I beat up your pets, and I take your money. You want to know who I am? Well, I'm going to be the world's greatest Pokemon trainer. It's always kind of weird. It's like you see his card, so you should know his name. But we don't actually deal with that for a minute. Anyway, let's get back to Professor Elm quick. Bump, 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 classic. I wonder what could possibly have been happening while we were away. I heard a Pokemon was stolen. Rule number 1, the criminal will always return to the scene of the crime. Oh my, guess you're the thief, kid. Going to jail for a very long time. Ah, you got a conspirator too, your other friend, Lyra. A red-haired boy? No, it's definitely these 2 girls that robbed their neighbor. You battled a trainer. Did you get his name? Well, I'll happen to know I did get his name. I have an idea for this one too. Another Game Boy game you may remember. If you ever played Link's Awakening, the Zelda game on the Game Boy. If you ever happen to steal from the shopkeeper, and I did do this in my Let's Play, you're just permanently renamed Thief. So this guy, permanently renamed Thief, because that's what you get for stealing. So Thief was his name. Thanks for helping my investigation. I'll catch that thief, now that I know its unique name. Alright. Thanks, Lyra. You totally helped. Yeah, that thief will totally return that Pokemon. We'll definitely get it back by the end of the game, that's for sure. They'll never see that Pokemon again. Alright, story. We have an egg. Yes, here. He just backs away. That's the largest egg I've ever seen. Let's fry it up. Apparently, they've never seen a Pokemon egg before. I guess nowadays it's so normal. But we went through a whole generation 1 with no eggs, so... Professor Oak is supposed to be the greatest researcher, professor of Pokemon in the world, and he didn't even know about eggs, so, you know, not that smart. Yeah, I'm gonna be the champion now. I got an egg. Perfect. So you gotta go to Violet City. Hey, we're back to colors again. My good. Don't forget to talk to your mom. See, I told you guys, it's very important to talk to your mom. That's what I want to do before we wrap the episode up. Hey, Mom. I'm gonna go on an adventure. Time to go fight some dragons, stop a crime lord family, beat up some other kids, steal their money, and probably get some legendary dragon cat things. It'll be fine. Wow, that's a cute Pokemon, that crocodile. Where'd you get it? Well, I know kids leave when they're 10. Blue explains how eggs are made. Well, when two Pokemon love each other really much... I know, I'll save money! Do you want me to save your money? It's actually not the worst idea, so we'll just let her save our money. Because if you die, you lose half of the money you hold, not the money your mom has in the bank. Then again, she might waste it on, what's it called? You know, the remote shopping TV shows. I don't know if they're super popular these days, but they were big back in 90s and 2000s. The shopping channel, you know. Mama needs a new frying pan, so get out there and beat up some other kids and take their money and send it to me. I'm behind you all the way. Just send all your money for my frying pan, my knife collection. Okay, I think that's a good point to wrap up the episode. We can, in fact, phone our mom anytime we want. Hey, Mom. How you doing? Yeah, working hard. I'm just outside, just testing the phone reception. Come and see your mom. Yeah, save my money. Alright, I'm rooting for you, baby. Thanks, Mom. That's a bit much. So anyway, there's lots of trainers. You can call them. There's, well, 30. It's not too bad, I guess. But anyway, good first start. It's a little slow starting, but hey, we got through it in one episode. Next time we're gonna go buy some Pokeballs and capture everything in the first couple routes. At least that's the plan. So there you go. That's our intro to Pokemon Polish Raw Crystal. Hope you guys are enjoying in the future Tuberland and in the live Tuberland. So thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Live tubers. Hey guys, how's it going? We're probably gonna get to the next episode pretty quick here. I'm just taking a drink for a minute, but the opening to these games is always a little bit slow. And this one's not the worst, certainly, but open these, I have a type chart on the side because I don't know how fairies work. So I'm just showing this to you guys. I'm sure anyone who's interested, it's not particularly secret, but you know, there's the full chart of attacking and defensive types. And like I said, I've never played a game with fairies in it, so I need to have it on hand so I can look it up. Because I'm definitely going to forget. But that's what I've got on my second screen, if you're wondering. Pretty convenient. Alright, let's keep going. Hopefully for today's stream we'll make it a fair ways. One thing I will say in the early session here, part of my goal for today's stream is to reset my sleep clock, because I've been sleeping kind of the wrong time again, as happens sometimes. So I'm trying to stay up. I might get a little bit snoozy, but I'm going to try to get a few episodes recorded, and, you know, might do some quiet, chill grinding once we have a good selection of Pokemon, and try not to fall asleep in the middle of the day. We'll see what happens. Bad decisions, that's perfect. Just take the blue Pokemon, because we'll have a whole team of blue Pokemon. Good or bad, doesn't matter. Everyone's a water type, basically. Pure water. Nah, it's all good. I actually don't think, I legitimately think Toothy is one of the better ones. I think his stats aren't quite my preference, but I know his moves, at least unless they've changed drastically, I'm pretty confident he's going to learn a really good move before long. That will, you know, we'll be happy with him for a while. But, I mean, I don't actually know if Cyndaquil would be fast or anything. I in pure red, when I was playing through that, I did end up deciding that I would stop using any slow Pokemon. He's not super slow, but he's got that. You couldn't have known that the nature would be negative speed. So it just is what it is, you know. Hey there, Mad Hobbit. Welcome to the live stream. Yeah, I've got a better time for today probably, but thanks for stopping by. All right, we're done the intro. And we're gonna go do some catching, I think, in our next episode here. Hello, when two Pokemon love each other very much, tubers. And welcome back to Let's Play Pokemon Polished Crystal with me, Blue Ankylo. We are also live streaming. I forgot to mention it in episode 1, but in case you're wondering, of course, we're doing these Pokemon series live. So there's some chat. Future tubers cannot really say hi to the past tubers, but the live tubers can say hello to the future tubers. Convenience here, and they'll help us with some nicknaming. There'll definitely be some nicknaming coming up shortly. So, this is our episode 2. First episode was mostly tutorial and explaining what the Polished Crystal ROM hack was. If you didn't catch that, you know, go back to episode 1. But, with that said, we're time to start our journey for real. The tutorial is officially over. I think? No. Our tutorial is not officially over, but it will be soon. Oh, I might have been able to say no, but I guess we'll show it off. Let's learn how to catch Pokemon. It's fine. Oh, no, she's gonna do it for us. I don't know why she has a gold leaf. The art and animations and color are such a huge improvement from our pure red ROM hack. I'm really quite impressed with this Polished Crystal. Just the look and design looks really nice. I don't know how much they changed, but it's definitely nice looking. We got the Pokeball. And I'm pretty sure, you know, features from future games like separate tabs here are really convenient. We got the 5 Pokeball. So let's go catch stuff. As you do. Now, one thing we'll have to do if we do try to catch them all, we'll have to manipulate space and time to catch night Pokemon as well as day Pokemon. And also sometimes morning or evening. And I don't actually have any idea what the normal list is, so I might end up looking some stuff up. But, hey look, it's a new Pokemon. We could actually use this guy because he's not one of the first 150. I don't know very much about the new Generation 2. The new for 25 years ago. But anyway, we're just gonna scratch him and catch him. Probably, yeah. Ooh, type advantage. Ouch. That's fine. Now, if I remember correctly, the catch formula was fixed between Generation 1 and 2. So, it's a bit more reliable with mathematic formulas. Are these actually supposed to be bad Pokemon? I don't know anything about them. I mean, most of the early game catches are not particularly strong. That's pretty classic. There we go. Sunkern. I assume it's a grass Pokemon. It's a seed. It is very weak. See? The Pokedex knows. Its only means of defense is to shake its sleeves desperately at its attracker. Hey, it was draining our life pretty effectively. We will need to give it some sort of name. Boy, that's a sprite. Uh-huh. It's just trying to kiss you. Bad stats, that's fine. There are definitely going to be some changes in Polished Crystal, so if you haven't played Polished Crystal before, if you're just used to the vanilla stats, just keep an open mind. These guys may have new moves or different types, so sometimes they might be better than normal. My main goal is just to try out the new stuff, even if they suck, and then we end up benching them. So, Sunkern, it's a seed. It's got bad stats. It's very weak. It's kind of a trash bag, you know? It seems fitting, because this is what we called a lot of the starter first couple routes in the first game. We had garbage, we had garbage bird, you know, We can start with some trash. That's totally fair. It won't know that, but so anyway, we have a little girl seed. It has splash. You know, special attacker. Likes the sun. Does it show you? Where does it show you its type? Grass, just pure grass. Okay. Yep. I gotta try to learn, right? I gotta learn all the types that I'm not familiar with. Well, there's a banned Pokemon, but we do need to catch it all for Dex, and we'll level them up enough to get them evolved and stuff. But that's pretty good damage. And this was, of course, the worst of the 3 birds in the first game anyway, so we wouldn't want to use this. Nothing even close to Multibird's legend. So far, we're doing pretty good with the 2-for-2 catches, though. Also, we get experience on catching. That's definitely not a Generation 2 mechanic. That's way more recent. Pidgey, tiny bird. It rapidly flaps its wings in the grass, stirring up a dust cloud that drives insect prey out into the open. Well, it's a tiny bird. So when I was playing along as a kid, I probably would have called it, like... Because it's Pidgeotto, and one of my stupid kid puns would have been like Idioto or something like that, or Idiot for its final form. Not that that's incredibly clever, but that's the kind of thing I would have done as a dumb kid. It's just the most generic of all Burb. So we will start with Burb, because that is literally all there is to say about Pidgey, and I refuse to use it. So we already got the items. There we go, another new one. Alright. We're knocking it out with these new Pokemons. Now we might one-shot it with Scratch. We'll try Rage. Oh yeah, I would have died. And Rage does increase your attack. I believe in Gen 2, unless they've changed it in the Romhack, stat ups like that is 50% more to your stat. It's a little different on the downside, but 50% is still a pretty big boost. Well, puns are... I mean, we did have the Punisher at the end of the other one. But yes, puns if possible, of course. So now, what do we get with a Sentret? What is a Sentret? A scout. That doesn't tell me much. When acting as a lookout, it warns others of danger by screeching and hitting the ground with its tail. I'm assuming it's a flying squirrel with a target on it. It literally has a circle to shoot at. Kind of looks like it's bouncing on its tail. There is a Pokemon in one of the generations that's called... It's dumb. The Sproing, it just bounces. It's like a... Yeah, it's pretty bad. At least this is a sort of real animal, I guess. What do we call a dumb squirrel? What do they call it's like skeet or shot or something, where you're like throwing like those discuses up and shooting them as target practice? I feel like that's kind of what this guy looks like. I don't remember quite the right word for that though. It's like a ceramic plate. There's a name for it, I just can't remember. What is it called? Something kind of... It's a type of shooting practice, right? I think they actually had like an Olympic sport for it too for a while. Maybe it is skeet shooting? Yeah. Did I actually get the name right? Shotguns to break clay targets. Yeah, okay. So, we're gonna call them like I don't know what they call the targets in that. Thanks, Wikipedia. I'm just gonna call him Skeet. That's fine. No big deal. Great name. Just ready to be shot. I'm not a big gun nut or anything, but what else is it? He just flies around waving his tail on stuff with a big circle on his chest. Great Pokemon design. Alright, we've already beat one of these up. Or we've already caught one. So let's speed through some of them. If I don't use speed up, we'll never get anywhere, so this is the first route of the game. Almost through. Now, I'm sure there's a night version, some sort of owl. Maybe there's going to be about 3 types per time. It depends on the route and the balance, and the ROM hack probably changes. Okay, you know what will save me a lot of time? If I double check in the files for the ROM hack, there are sometimes links to this kind of stuff. I'm just gonna have a quick look. You can listen to some music here. I want to see if it's got a list of encounters in zones. I don't normally spend a lot of time like looking these up in advance, but because of the day-night cycle and all that, it can be a bit of a pain to just brute force it in a random encounter till you get what you want, or because you don't know what you're missing if you don't know what the full list is. Unfortunately, I don't know where it will be in the list. There's a lot of information on the GitHub here. So much information. We need docs, maybe? Nope. Data. Maybe maps. No. Right in the middle of an episode, Blue's just trying to do some deep core data dive. Features. Okay, hold on a second. Almost possible we can find what I'm looking for. Maybe. Is there documentation? Yes, wild Pokemon. Haha! It is... Oh, it's not by route. Oh no, it's just a list of all of them and where you'd find them. That's not the way I want to do it. I want to do it the other way around. There... Oh well, I'm gonna leave it for now. Maybe future episodes I'll try to look it up. All I want to say is that to actually catch everything as you go through, you have to know the game pretty well. And because it's a ROM hack, there's no possible way to know it that well, right? Unless you've played it before. Oops. What is it? Up B? Down B? There we go. Down plus B, I think, lets you reset the clock. So, this is not a vanilla feature. Normally you have to change, like, I don't know how you do it normally. I don't even know if you can. You said it when you started the game, and that might be it. I think the Game Boy Color did have an internal clock, so it probably just kept track. But now we can just manually change it to whatever we want. I don't expect to do this a whole lot, but like I said, there are different Pokemon in this game based on the time. And it looks different, so it is quite nice to see it. But other than knowing that generally there are night Pokemon and day Pokemon, I don't know the list even the slightest amount. So I'll do it here, and then I'll probably never know again where to do it. We'll start with at least one night-day swap. Yeah, the most useless of moves. So that's 2 birds, a squirrel. Oh no! Oh no! Give me back my 200 gold. Well, that's it. I feel like having a hoot hoot would be cool. Better than a stupid pigeon. Alright. Yes. So many birds. The encounter rate is really high, which is good when you're grinding, just not great when you're, recording a series. So we'll heal up. We've only got the 4, but we do have enough money. We can do a little bit more catching for sure here. If I remember correctly, they start selling. They start giving you extra stuff when you buy in groups of 10. I forget the exact trick. Yeah, you get a free ball, right? I forget exactly how that one works. I think it's maybe 10 at a time that gets it to you, but it's just a premier ball. Okay, we're gonna try to find the Hoot Hoot and see if there's anything else. Oops, don't skip this one, please. Turn off. Speed. Stop. My emulator is a bit weird with the speed up button. So we're gonna just give it a little bit of a rage, I think. So that's more than half. We did not get the attack up, but yes, we did. It's at the end of the turn. So that's definitely nothing we can do without killing it. So we just have to hope that we get it with one of these. Let's use the cool Premier Ball. Why not? I don't know if it has... I don't think it has a different catch rate. I could be wrong. It just looks different, right? Alright, new Pokemon. An owl. It's just an owl. It's got some pretty cool eyebrows, though. It begins to hoot at the same time every day. Some trainers use them in place of clocks. Huh. It's a little ahead of its time. I know this is not what they meant by they use them as clocks, but we'll just call them TikTok. And I'm not adding the C's because I'm a new age. No. But still. Anyway, that's the dumb name for the owl. Ugh, love it or hate it. Now, one thing we could be doing here, if you want to be hardcore and act like you're a genius, you can be checking these out, looking at their moves and going, oh, their IVs are like probably really good at. It's not gonna work. I have no idea how IVs look. I know they exist for their starting stats, and then Adamant, you can see at least, hey, it makes him a better attacker and a worse special attacker. Maybe good. I don't know. And then he gets some interesting abilities that I'm never gonna remember. But hey, he can't be sand attacked and loses. Yeah, he can't be reduced accuracy. That's not the worst. But yeah, I'm not gonna remember those in general. This guy can always run away from all Pokemon. That's actually kind of nice for some times. The bird also can't lose its accuracy, and the trash bag. It just likes the sunshine, you know. Abilities are cool. Memorizing them is too nerdy for me. So the question is, are there any other new Pokemons in this zone at night? And the answer to that, I don't know. Oh, we don't have one of these. So, hey, there you go. Probably need to go Rage. We're too strong at level 11. Now, this is not super new. You know, we've obviously seen rats before. We didn't get the attack up, so we can do a second Rage. Alright. Last time we called him, like, Dumpster or something. I mean, it's named Rat-a-tat-tat, right? We could probably go with another gun themed after Skeet. What gun sounds the most like Rat-a-tat-tat? It's like a Tommy gun, maybe? Tommy's not the worst name for a rat. This Pokemon's impressive vitality allows it to live anywhere. It also multiplies very quickly. How do you know? No one's ever seen a Pokemon give birth. How do you know? But yeah, we gotta nickname him. I'm just gonna call him Tommy. Tommy like the gun, right? We just have a whole gun-themed Pokemon list. I don't mind. His little dancing icon's not too bad. He looks like a little dancy rat. That's you can even see his little whiskers there. That's good. Alright. Are there any other wild Pokemons in this area? Let's speed it up a little bit. Should probably just run away because I don't want to overlevel, right? Is kind of the trick. But we've seen Hoot Hoots and rats. And I'm just going to try like 3 more to see if there's a third type. Because I was guessing that there was 3 types per time, but maybe not. Imagine being a kid and be like, Mom, I have to play at night because there's unique Pokemon that my friends have, so I can't go to bed. I gotta stay up and play the Pokemons. We're gonna change the time again here. And we're gonna reset. It's a little bit annoying, but it'd be worse if you had to actually wait 12 hours. So we've tried morning and night. Let's change it to definitely daytime. But I believe that there's morning, night, day, and evening as far as differences. Now, I don't know how much is different. Oops. Did not change that correctly. There we go. So daytime might have something different than morning. It might just be the same though. Like that's the thing. There's gonna be a lot of overlap. And without following like a wiki or some notes, it's pretty hard for me to predict. I will say at least one nice little feature that you might notice in the top left, there's a little Pokeball beside these Pidgeys. To the left, right underneath their name, Pidgey with a P. I will say I'm pretty confident. Is that a shiny Sentret? I don't know actually how the colors work. It's definitely a different color than the last one. Shinies are stupidly rare. If this is a shiny, it is stupidly rare. So we're just going to pretend it doesn't exist. I don't even know if it is. But they have different colorations, and they're something like 1 in 4,000. But there's also the slight tweak that makes the IVs change their colors, so it may have just been like a very strong Sentret. Actually, I don't even know if... No, Gen 2 is when they introduce shinies, because there's the red Gyarados. So they should definitely exist in this game, but, you know. See, that's the normal-looking Sentret, right? So maybe we actually saw a shiny. Kind of neat. Anyway, I'm looking for anything new. I'm not seeing anything new. We'll do a couple more daytime encounters, and then I'll switch it to evening for the final time zone. That Pidgey's got some green on it too. I think it's just their IVs, right? That's more of a yellow one. I guess if you knew in advance which IV changed which color, you could probably figure out which to catch. Like, oh, this one's got faster speed or more strength or something, just based on the coloration. If you learn stuff like that, would be cool. Okay, we didn't see anything unique there. Let's do the last time change. Oops. Why do I? Yes, there we go. Sorry, kept confusing myself. Evening is something like 7, maybe. Yes, the background is a slightly different color. So each of the 4 times is a slightly different color for your map, which is honestly pretty impressive for Game Boy Color, right? Like this is a lot of differences than you'd expect from a game from this time zone on the hardware, right? Like there's hardly any RAM at all in these old hardly any memory at all in these old games, but it looks like the main difference is there's Hoots at night and no Pidgeys or lantern, or not lanterns, whatever it's called. The seed. Anyway, we're not going to do this in every zone because this takes way too long to try 4 different time zones and fight, enough battles to find it. I will try to find out a way to just look up what's in each zone. Hopefully we'll figure that out for later. Wait, there was one more place. Forgot. All right, random encounters. There was that dead end zone. We'll steal some berries on our way. Changing the time is good for those. But yeah, let's head up here. Check. I didn't check this place for catches. Hey, look! That's actually... I mean, it's a Gen 1, but getting more types early on is pretty good. It might be hard to catch. We'll see. Well, no, it has good defense and takes half damage from normal, but it's still level 2. Oof, that was close. Critical hits are, I believe I read in the patch notes, 50% extra damage. I think they were actually double damage before, and then they got nerfed down to 50% instead of, or plus 50% instead of plus 100%. Alright, we got a rock. Shouldn't be too hard to catch a rock. Usually you just pick them up. No big deal. Geodude. Proud of their sturdy bodies, they bash against each other in a contest to prove who is harder. Yeah, just like the gym. Well, seeing as that's the only thing I can think of now. Wait. No, instead of Gym Bro, we'll just call him Chad. The chattiest of Chads. He just slaps each other while they work out, trying to be harder. Classic. Alright, let's see if we can find anything else interesting. That's a weird looking Jigglypuff. Smack it. That's cheating. Oh, it had a berry. I see. It's still cheating. That's the worst. We have nothing to swap out to, really? Not really. Well, nothing I want to swap out to. So I think we're stuck waiting for sleep to wear off. But I do believe we do get a turn when we wake up. So when we played Pure Red, we didn't get to use an attack on the turn we woke up, which really sucked Gen 1 mechanics. But now that we're into Gen 2, they fixed that. So sleep's not quite as brutal as it used to be. I think Gen 2 fixed it. Either that or the Romhack did. Joke's on you, I don't need to be awake. Well, we are capturing Pokemons like no one's business. I also don't know if these are all just vanilla Pokemon that are here in Crystal anyway, or how many of these are different because we're in Polish, so. It rolls its cute eyes as it sings a soothing lullaby. Its gentle song puts anyone who hears it to sleep, including Bluenculo. Good night. Oh, and this would be a first... No, I was thinking it might be fairy type, but no, these guys aren't. They're just normal still. Jigglypuff. What's a good name for Jigglypuff? Well, the way I remember these the most is playing Smash Bros. The 64 one specifically. And using them to troll my little sister because because, you know, my little sister's quite a lot younger than I was. So she was terrible at video games and wanted to beat up her older brother. So I would let her pick what I used, right? I let her choose the Pokemon. So she thought Jigglypuff would be the weakest. I'm like, yeah, totally, no problem. I'll never be able to beat you as Jigglypuff. And of course, by the power of being old, it was, I think Clefairy and Clefable turned into fairies. I don't think Jigglypuff did, though. But we'll check. Maybe the baby, like, Igglybuff turned into fairy? We could find out. There it is. Oh, wait. Actually, you can't see in the Pokedex what it's... That's interesting. Is there no... Usually the Pokedex would let you see what their typing is, right? Because you can sort them by type. There's only so much you can do on a Game Boy, okay? Alright, well it does show up as fairy. Correct. Just can't see it on its entry. So good to know. Alright, we've dealt with rats. Alright, we gotta wake up. So yeah, it turns out I didn't think Jigglypuffs were in fact fairies, but you know, like I said, I don't know very much about the fairy types, so I thought it was the Clefairy line that got the treatment, not those, but that'll teach me. All right, well, we found a couple new ones up here. There might be more in different time zones, but let's just keep moving. We got some bugs for sure in the next zone. We already saw the ladybug and all that, so let's head over there. And I suppose at some point we'll have to start thinking... Oh, actually, I want to show this off. I believe one of the features for this ROM hack that got me really excited was the upgrade to the computer box system. Because boy, was that frustrating in Pokemon Pure Red. And they even made it better than Vanilla Red, but it was still difficult. Now, if I understand, it should be like the newer games. Way easier to move stuff around. So much easier. Yeah, this is a huge upgrade for moving things around quickly. And you can select their stats and stuff. It's much more like the modern games. You can just look at them. So, yeah, like I said in my side notes there, anything here from the base Gen 1, first 150, for the most part, I'm just going to bench them. I might maybe allow some... Oh, it's normal fairies. See, there you go. I would never have figured it out. But yeah, some of the ones that are changed that added in fairy or are different, I might make some exceptions for them because, you know, they're different than anything I've used before. But I don't think I'm going to make the exception for Jigglypuff, right? Like, that's not enough. But, yeah. We're going to try to use Gen 2 Pokemon if I can. Even if they're trash, we're going to maybe try to make them work. Also, ideally, we'll get an EXP share or something to do that. Alright. Let's see, we're about 30 minutes in. We've done a fair number of catches. But there should be some bugs up here. We'll just fast forward through random encounters. Oh boy. Better just give it a rage. If we level up much more, we're just going to be one-shotting even Caterpies. Well, maybe not. Uh-oh. I think it's dead. I should have started with a scratch, actually. So with 50% extra power, it's probably dead. Because we did over a third. Well, if it was exactly a third, we would have been okay, but it was closer to 50%. Alright, let's not over level, let's just run. Oh, hey! That's different. Do they normally have Poliwags here? They are generally fairly defensive. Maybe we can do a scratch. Okay. So it's another Gen 1, but still. It's good for the Pokedex completion. You know, maybe we'll unlock the EXP share nice and early. I'm assuming it's in, but... I guess ideally you get the modern EXP share that just gives everyone in your party experience. That would make things a lot easier. So, Poliwag. The swirl on its belly is its insides showing through the skin. It looks clearer after it eats, so it really is like a tadpole, but usually that only works underwater, so I don't know about that. Sounds like another tadpole. Sounds kind of like fishing bait, honestly. Just stick it on a hook. It's not very friendly. It's just a tadpole. Was there a dish that... There's probably... I can't think of anything. There's probably some sort of delicacy based on Le Tadpole. I mean, if it did grow up into a frog, you could call it frog legs, but it doesn't, oddly enough. Well, all I can think of is food now, so we're gonna call it snack. You know I highly value you when I name you a small treat for... The crocodile's gonna get hungry at some point. Let's be honest. We can just feed the crocodile a small polywag later. Blue, that's terrible. He's a hungry crocodile. He's gotta grow. Look at them teeth. Now, we did see a ladybug here, so we know they exist, but they might be in, like, the morning time zone. Well, we're catching all kinds of stuff. Caterpie. It crawls into foliage where it camouflages itself among leaves that are the same color as its body. Green. Great. Sure, it's a worm. It does eventually grow up. But isn't there's the... No, Gen 3 is when they add the other worm Pokemon, the Dustox and... whatever, the one that's the girls turn into one, the boys turn into the other. I think that was Generation 3. So Gen 2 doesn't worry about the other butterflies, I don't think. It's got a pretty good little sprite there. Last time we called it footworm because it was specifically a worm with feet. But maybe we can find something better this time. I mean, it's still just worm. We had a snack. This is definitely barely a snack for a crocodile. Can I fit this in? It's great. No, we'll go a little bit less characters. No, I got it. It's just an appetizer for your crocodile. It's just a small worm. No big deal. Bait, yeah, you know, something like that I was definitely thinking. All our Pokemon are just snacks and appetizers for the real Pokemon. Yeah, that's where we're headed. Look, the Pokemon world must have an awful lot of murder, right? They're all just wild animals that include literal dinosaurs and sentient alphabets. A wild Spinarak, there we go. Now we're talking. If you're gonna pick a bug, at least take a spider. I don't know much about Spinaraks, but maybe they're good? Oh, rap, that's annoying at least. But now you've made me angry. Oh, snap. Well, I'm sure we'll find another one. He's made us too mad. Alright, well let's speed this along. We did catch a bug. There's our second bug, and we know there's also ladybugs, so there's quite a few bugs in this. We're not even in like a fancy forest, it's just random outside area. I suppose if you want to plan for the gym, we need something that can beat birds, which is not bugs. Spinarak. If prey becomes ensnared in its nest of spun string, it waits motionlessly until it becomes dark. I suppose that suggests it might be a nighttime hunter. I like him more than the bugs. Or, well, the other bugs so far. Why does he have 6 legs, though? Spiders have 8. Arachnids are 8-legged. Does he actually canonically have 6 legs? Why? Why would they do that? That's the other type of insect, you know? We could, assuming we wanted to be awesome, name him after something like Shelob. It's a girl one, right? Okay, we'll go. I don't think it's anywhere nearly as strong as something like Shelob. So we'll go She-Light. It's not quite a Shelob. It's a descendant like many generations removed, you know. No one's ever gonna get that when they see this video in the future. Probably mistake it for something else totally crude. So I'm gonna guess that that's probably all the regular evening Pokemon in this zone. So let's... I know there's ladybugs. We should at least switch the time to get those. And... so it was evening. I still didn't do it right. Down, yes. Continue. And we want it to be the other 7. Let's see if we can find, well, it might take a couple goes. See if there's anything else in this zone, though. Hey, look! I'll try Scratch. It might one-shot it, but yeah. I was thinking maybe ladybugs are known for their protective beetle shell. I guess not. I guess ladybugs aren't particularly defensive. I mean, they are beetles. They're pretty bad if you're an aphid, but like, they're pretty strong if you're an aphid. Alright, this one for sure. They're just so friendly. What a friendly ladybug. I think beetles have 6 legs. At least that makes sense. Well, we can't attack it again. How are we doing for balls? Still got a few. I guess I could look up the base crystal game, you know, the encounters on all the routes. At least I doubt the Romhack would reduce them. Lady Buff, 5-star. Oh, is that like a Japanese thing? I know that the ladybugs come with different dots on their back. I believe they just show up as they get older, right? So the more dots, the older. Or at least that's what I was told. It could be completely wrong. But I think the story is the more dots, the older the bug. But maybe 5-star or something special. I don't know. It is timid and clusters together with others. The fluid secreted by its feet indicates its location. Gross. Well, now that I've learned about ladybugs, yeah. Should have come up with a better pun, but... or a pun. You could probably consider them bait as well. Most of the bugs, honestly, would be good fishing bait. Alright, let's just do a couple encounters here to see if there's anything else. Sunkern wasn't here in the evening. But once we've seen 3 or 4 types, actually, let me see. We can, if we go quick, well, quick, but if I check quickly here, Also, I'm impressed with how fast the berry. Seems like maybe every time we change the time, the berry regrows. So that's kind of a exploit of itself. I want to check Route 30. Like, I think if we just go, just to save us a lot of hassle during this Let's Play, Crystal Route 30, and then we can just look in the routes as we get to them. And this will only tell me the Generation 2 encounters, because I'm not going to be, we're not in anything else. But there are normally Caterpies, Metapods in gold, Weedles, Kakunas in silver, and then there should also be both of those in Crystal. Crystal does usually combine them both. The thing is, Weedles are rare. So it's, I guess there's only 3 times. It looks like morning, day, and night are the only 3 official times, even though there's evening. I don't know if evening counts as night or morning, but it's actually 3 different encounter chances. But there should be Weedles. They're just rare in Crystal normally. We've already got Pidgeys. We've got Rats. We don't have a Zubat. They are also rare at night. Poliwags are fairly rare. Hoot Hoots, Ladybug, Spinnerax, and also Hoppips, which are rare during the... So that is unfortunate that there's a bunch of 5% encounters. At least in the base game. Also, that's a weird looking Caterpie. It's a bit sick. So 5% is at the point where it's kind of rude to run into. Like, certainly not impossible, but annoying. Like 5% is pretty low. That's 1 in 20, which means it could easily take double that without a whole lot of bad luck, 1 in 20 odds means you generally have to run 20, 30, 40 times before you start getting kind of reasonable chances. And especially when I'm streaming, it seems like, multiply everything by 10 times, because I will never run into it. So how many encounters have we had in this area? Well, probably 20 or so by now. And it doesn't matter, because there's probably places to find these things later on. And I don't actually know for sure if Polished Crystal even keeps them here. So this is mostly for science, I think, is what I'm saying. We're seeing a lot of Ladybuzz and stuff. But we are here during the morning, right? There's the Weedle. So, okay. Apparently 5% seems actually pretty legit. Actually, to be honest, the closer the encounter rate is to the vanilla crystal, the more kind of upset I am, because I want things to be switched up so we can catch new Pokemon early, like we did in Pure Red, if possible. Not just same old, same old. Well, we did find it, at least one of it. The hairy bug. The barb on top of its head secretes a strong poison. It uses this toxic barb to protect itself. Well, the main thing we learned in Generation 1, unless it's got improved, is that these are absolutely useless because they don't learn any moves until, like, level 20. So, it's probably not that bad in this game, but we had a bad time with Beedrill. Okay, well, let's see if we can force the issue. We got the Weedle, got the Pidgey, we got the Rat. We do not have the Zubat. I think that's the only one we're missing. So we'll need it to be nighttime if that's possible. And, like, this is, like I said, maybe not the wisest choice, because I'm sure there's going to be a cave with millions of Zubats. There always is. But it's not really, like, we're not going to do this for everything. Especially because I can't seem to click the right button. Thank you. But it's the science experiment here is more to figure out if Polished Crystal is identical to basic Crystal encounter rates, right? Because I didn't expect them to be. So theoretically, there should also be about approximately 5%, or exactly perhaps 5% Zubat in Route 30. So we'll give it a few tries. few hundred and see how it looks. At least we've got speed up. So you can imagine trying to do this naturally on the hardware. It would certainly take a lot longer. And it is silly, right? Because we don't plan on using Gen 1 stuff like Zubats, but I think it... Oh, there's also the Hoppip, right? The Hoppip is day or morning 5%. So that one is at least Generation 2. I don't know if it's worth trying to catch it. 5% seems pretty brutal. I remember reading or listening to someone or something. Pokemon Red, Blue, and then eventually Yellow as the sort of expansion had kind of a similar problem where Yellow let you catch most of the red and blue stuff, not quite all of them. You still can't get 151 in a single Yellow run, but it also made things kind of oddly rarer. So stuff that was hard to catch in Blue or Red, some of them were even harder to catch in Yellow, which made it even more difficult for these low percent encounters. And yeah, 5% is definitely the point where it sucks. Like, I think 10 or 20% is not too bad, but once you start having 5% or less, it's so rare, right? Like, we're 50 minutes in. I was really hoping we'd be done the first round of catching them all, right? There is another area too, right? The starter area. There's a couple areas where theoretically we could be looking for the rare Pokemon. Maybe what I'll do for the series is if I am going to bother going for these 5%, maybe I won't do it in the middle of the recording sessions. We'll do it for streaming non-recording episodes. So if you're wondering, future tubers, where I end up getting some of these, if I end up with a couple extra Pokemon in the computer, maybe it's just messing around like we're doing now, except between episodes. Because assuming the chart I'm looking at is correct, we have a 5% chance every encounter here to find a bat. Not that I want a bat, I just want to prove the stats correct. But this is a lot of encounters. Let's try, let's do a countdown. We'll do 10 more encounters. 9 more encounters. This is being very generous. 8. 7. 6. 5. Come on, give it to me. 4. 3. Just millions of bats. Or not bats. Millions of owls. 2. 1. And finally, 0. It's always the last one or the extra you do after the fact. Alright, let's try not to kill it. After all that work, killing it would be brutal. But that was a lot of encounters. You know, I know it's not exactly 1 in 20 means after 20 you get it, but we probably did double that. Oh. I don't know if we can attack. Alright, we're going to pull out the power of cheating. If we kill it, we reload, because I'm not doing another 100 fights to find a stupid bat. Okay. Should have known that would be too strong. So there might be a way to stall. If... Oh, never mind. That's actually worse. I forgot about that. I want to... Oh, man. Because I was hoping it would absorb once more. Because I think if it heals a little bit, we'd be able to rage it. But... yeah. Well, we have 2 chances. Just gotta be good. I guess I could swap to something else, but not even needed. Should have just thrown the ball. Ah, there we go. Bite. This is the move I was talking about when I was like, yeah, we get a Totodile. This one's great. So you can see it This is actually very nice. You can see it before you forget something. 60 power makes it our strongest move, although tied with water with our stab bonus. But Dark is really cool for a... there's a lot of things in Gen 2 where Dark is awesome. And it's physical, which is his primary damage stat. So, great. We're just going to remove Leer, because I don't need that. And now we've got Water, Normal, and Dark. And a bat. During the day, it gathers with others and hangs from the ceilings of old buildings. Great. I don't think we had a very good name last time. It was just regular bat or something like that, because that's certainly what it's like. I'm going to rename them Annoyance today, because I think everyone who played, especially the old Pokemons, especially the Pokemon Blue and Red, remembers the infinite number of Zubats in Mount Moon. And honestly, I feel like that's just kind of been a trend that continues for Zubats. There's always millions of them, except for this time when there's never any, and we have to, you know, they're just always annoying. Either there's too many or not enough. Why can't you be normal? Alrighty, well, let's check. I'm gonna look. Cherry Grove. I'm just clicking. Well, let me check the name of the other route and see if there's anything interesting we've missed. I don't know if I'm going to do much more, but Route 29. A quick look at what is catchable here. It's Pidgeys, Rats, Centrets, Hoot Hoots, and another very low percent Hoppip. So we never did get to Hoppip. Hopefully there's something else somewhere, like someplace else where there's a better than 5% chance. So probably not worth trying to get it here. And then the last area we have access to that I'm just probably giving up on. We did get the Geodude. But we'll have a quick look at Route 46 as well. So Johto 46, we've got Rats, Spearows, we don't have them yet. We did get the Jigglypuff. Apparently Jigglypuffs are 5%, but it doesn't feel like it. We saw a lot of those. There should be Spearows during the day. Maybe we didn't come here during the day. And there should also be Fanpeas in the morning. Cool. I don't think I've seen a Fanpea. Let's change it to morning. And we'll give this place, because there's two that we missed here, right? So let's give that a try. We'll go back to our actual time. It's actually probably later than 8 already, but I believe that counts as morning. We got rocks. Try not to overlevel. Rats. Birds. Okay. You know what? According to the vanilla encounter list here, it would be a Spearow, not a Pidgey, which makes me think they removed Spearows, and I kind of remember reading about that in the patch notes. So that's our first obvious change from the base game, I think, actually. Let me see here. Just double checking because there's a list of everything that was removed and added. Removed Spearow and Fearow. So Spearow doesn't actually exist in this ROM hack. So they must have just replaced him with the other worse bird. So that means the only thing that actually is new here is a Fanpea. But unfortunately, it's a 5% only morning encounter. They didn't replace... that's a cool looking dude. Look at that guy. He's all like steely looking. Neat. So many cool colors. I do like the upgrade. It must be the IV color changes. Yeah, that's a more normal and looking rock. Well, or maybe they just made like males this color, females that color. That's like a purple rock. Yeah, there you go. 5%, maybe. Hard to say. Assuming we don't one-shot it, Definitely don't bite it. That's for the Caterpies. That should be fine. Oh, I should have bought some balls. Dang it. Rare encounters with one ball. That's smart, Blue. Good job. It is super low level. Low level tends to mean easy catch rate, but still would have been terrible if we missed. Alright, Fanpea. They're like ground or something, right? Long nose. Not very long yet. In fact, I mean, it's big. It's a big nose, but not, I wouldn't say long. During the deserted morning hours, it comes ashore where it deftly uses its trunk to take a shower. Does it mean it's a water Pokemon? It comes ashore, it just lives out in the sea? That's not what elephants do, guys. I'm pretty sure. I know they like their mud ponds, but... Fanpea. It's definitely pretty nosy. Yeah, okay. We'll go with some of those. Every now and then we gotta have a good pun. Alright, we're out of balls. We caught a lot of stuff. I think we only missed one potential at this point. So that's fine. We don't have to stress about that too much. I can see how quickly I'm going to be going back into super speed here. I would like to get to the next town. We're already at the 1 hour mark for our episode, so things are progressing. Let me swap out. I'll probably catch up a few of the newer types in between episodes, I think is my plan. I don't know exactly what we're going to use, but we've got a bunch of Gen 2 Pokemon now, and technically we have an extra here. Can't move them. I was going to reposition them in the box. Oh, no, you can. Nice. Yeah, because everything else will be an old school Gen 1 Pokemon. We don't care about these guys very much because we've used these guys plenty. But we've already got 7 Gen 2s, which is great. We can also check more easily their stats, their typing now. So bug poison is pretty standard. Wraps, poison, you know, all the weak bug moves, no big deal. Quirky, I don't even know what that means. I don't see any arrows. Doesn't go to sleep. We got the ground type. That's not the worst, right? Comes with a bunch of defensive moves. It's got special attack. Probably not the most important for ground. Oh, it's another item picker upper. Okay, I know those are kind of fun because you do get. I don't know what's available in this game, but the ability to just get random items while you walk around is pretty cool. I like that one. TikTok, normal flying, as with all the dumb birds. And it's an attacking bird. A physical bird. I like adamant. That's good. And its ability was... Yeah, we've seen that before. We've got basically boring normal type that's probably terrible. And according to chat, this thing is terrible too. Great start. Bunch of losers. Alright, so all I want to do for finishing up our episode 2 for the future tubers, is we're just going to speed up to the very first couple trainer battles just to get them done because we took way too long looking for those random encounters. So let's do these starter trainer battles. I just lost. You look weak. Alright, kill him. He's gonna have like a level 2 Rattata or something, right? Okay, level 5. Oh no. Alright. Chomp. Dead rat. Well, it flinched. Ha ha ha. Tear him apart. Well, thanks for bringing your rat to dinner. Doggone it. We sent the money to Mom. We took his money and we sent it to home to watch the shopping channel and buy some knives. I'm gonna have only one Pokemon. I'm not gonna train anything else. It's probably the dumbest Pokemon kid we've run into. I'm just gonna have one rat. Well, this is the guy that beat the rat boy. Another kid. Destroy him. He also has a rat. This is the one that's level 2. There you go. I don't know how this guy could have possibly won level 2 versus level 5, you know. So, that was a dead rat. And a bird. Sorry to say, our crocodile doesn't care about birds either. So, good start. We might be a little bit too high a level for these guys. I was trying not to level up too much, but it's just automatic. We are a little over time, so what I'll try to do here is get to the next town, but we might have to do a couple trainer battles. No, not a trainer battle. Yes, trainer battle. It shouldn't take too long. There's not very much on this route, I don't think. But I do want to end the episode on a strong note, so. Let's destroy some more bugs. His little antenna. This makes for a nice target to chomp. See? Whoever, I think Melior, you recommended the, you suggested the blue starter. And then, you're like, oh, maybe that's not the best choice. Nah. Crocodile, tearing it up. Although I suppose, to be fair, we're still barely out of the tutorial. Okay, Route 31. Oh, there is another route. I thought we went straight to the town, but... Oh, that's right, and there's a cave. There's actually so many Pokemon we can catch in this zone, isn't there? There's so much stuff. Let me just check. Route 31 normally would have... Caterpies done, Weedles done, Pidgeys done, Rats done, Bats done, Poliwags done. There should also be plants, so we could get a plant, and a ghost at night if we're lucky, and another Hoppip during the day. So there's that. Well, the level advantage certainly helps, no doubt about it. But, I do think, honestly, like, this is my memory at least. These guys learning that bite attack, they do get some really strong moves. Now, I don't know if the other starters have an equivalent strong move so early, but getting a 60 power physical attack on a high physical attacker, not bad. I want to be swayed by your strength. If you can defeat every trainer on Route 30 and 31, coming back. Alright, well that's something to look forward to. We have ourselves a dark cave. You can still see it reasonably well. Actually, you can see it even easier on YouTube. Let's just murderize this guy. There's probably something new in here, probably 1 million bats. So instead of 5% bats, you can probably just catch them in there. But it's a dead end in case you're wondering, so don't worry about that one. Persimberry? Persimmon? I don't know what that is. Well, let's do the last couple possible trainers here. Just like me. My feet hurt and I'm sleepy. Sounds like adult. I caught a bunch of Pokemon. Here, eat them. I imagine some kid with a bug net. No Pokeballs, just a bug net. Trying to sweep up. I mean, they're basically giant caterpillars. Like, sure, they're a caterpillar. But they're still way bigger than a real-life caterpillar. It's definitely a giant version. Also, seriously, 4 level 2 caterpillars? Okay, I don't got time for this. Oh no. A Weedle. It's got a big head. Let's just trash these things. Thanks for the food. We barely get XP out from them, they're so weak. You can catch Pokemon if you have 6. Yeah. We've been catching Pokemon all day. This guy, I can't remember how it works exactly, but I think calls you every now and then to help you get those berries. But we'll see. The phone system is not totally my favorite. Like, it's okay, but kind of just interrupts you when you're in the middle of stuff, and then I just forget about it. But yeah, random people you beat up call you for rematches, I think. I found a Pokemon in Dark Cave. Yeah. Alright, I think that gets us to where I wanted to end the episode. Better phone home. Yeah, we could phone home. Yeah, Violet City. Okay. We will explore Violet City next episode and eventually, hopefully, get to our first gym battle. I will probably do a bit of grinding between episodes, not for our overpowered Totodile, but I want to get some of the backups at least a few levels so they could be useful. Right now, you can't even really swap to them because they just get one shot. So I'll probably try to get them to like level 10 or maybe level 10. Not as high as our starter, but get them a few levels so that they're usable at least. So that will take a little bit of time, and I probably won't do the Generation 1s. But all of the Gen 2 guys, I'll try to get them at least possibly useful. And I might spend a bit of time trying to catch the rare Hoppip and anything else I've missed so far. Just because it's going to take a fair amount of grinding, and I don't want to have these episodes go on forever. So just me and the live tubers just going to hang out and do a little bit of grinding, a little bit of catching anything we've missed. And then we will explore Violet City, a Sprout Tower, possibly, and also probably try our first gym fight. Ideally, we're fighting against a flying Pokemon trainer, so you would want something good against flying. We have nothing good against flying, so we'll see. There's not much that flying is weak to be fair. It's rocks and lightning, basically. But I guess technically we have a rock, but I'm not using them. Anyway, that's all for today's episode, future tubers. I probably won't do quite as much random capturing in future episodes. I'll just show off the basics. But the 5% stuff is just not my favorite. If I was redesigning this, I don't know. That's just a little bit too low odds for me. It takes too long. Maybe some people really like that, but for me personally, eh. And I think I liked it in Pure Red because nothing seemed super hard in that last ROM hack. Most even things that we normally considered rare, like Chanseys and Pincers and Scythers, they definitely had areas where they were like 25% or something, which made it pretty easy. Maybe that was too easy, though. Anyway, that's all for this episode. Thank you for watching, future tubers. I'll do a little bit of a recap of the Pokemon we trained up when we come back. See you there. Yeah, no phone machines. I guess you could have like a pager. Just beeps at you until you can get to a landline, right? Go back to the 70s. Okay, so like I said, now that we're not recording, I am going to do a little bit of a grindy grind. Nothing too crazy. But I want to get some of these newer Pokemon, low-level Pokemon, a few level ups. I don't think it's going to take super long, especially if we go to, like, 6 times speed. And maybe I'll play some OC remix music in the background while we do a little bit of grind, rather than super sped up in-game music. The rarer ones might be better. We'll find out. A lot of times rarer, the way I remember it is rarer often doesn't mean much other than it's rare in one zone and then common in a later zone. So you could get it early if you're really lucky or silly and do a lot of grinding like me and want to catch them all. Or you could just wait till they join naturally at maybe a higher level in a future zone. It might be slightly better than the early game commons are pretty weak, so it might be average compared to poor, right? Like that's probably what I would guess. So maybe a bit stronger. Let me pick some music out here though. Today, what kind of music should we get? You know, feeling like an Earthbound day. Alright, we'll just let that go for a bit in the background. Some nice chill. Some chill Earthbound music. We'll play on fast forward here. We're not going to do too much in this town. I don't really want to explore it until we get to the actual... In fact, I'm going to put a save in case someone cutscenes me. But I would like to buy some more Pokeballs. Just in case we see one of the rare ones, right? We're actually not... Oh, hey, there's a new ball. I have to cover this when we come back to the recording. But yeah, there's some new items. I don't know what these mail things do. I think you can write a message and then send it to people. Like, there's some aspects of Pokemon that I just don't really care about, and that's the kind of stuff. Anyway, we've got a few more Pokeballs. A little bit limited, because there's only so much money. But let's go see what we can find back in this route. So, we already beat up the trainers. Oh, right, and we will need to level these guys up. So let's start with Phanpy. I think of all the ones we've caught, Phanpy seems the coolest so far. Well, there's something we need to catch that we're weak to. So, let's switch that out. It can probably survive a scratch. Yeah. Bellsprout, Gen 1, nothing too crazy, but also switch training gets XP, so, you know. We certainly used these guys last time a little bit, or we tried. Last time they had the cool Grass Dragon in their final form. They won't. It'll just be Grass Poison in this game. If you notice anything that can move, it immediately flings its vine at the object. It's a carnivorous plant. That's kind of spooky. He is blue, that is true. Phanpy, he's got the right colorization. Could be fun. So Bellsprout apparently is an intact plant. That's a bit scary. Oh yeah. This menu is tough to use on super speed. Oh, we're not gonna have quite enough characters. We'll go with Attack Plant. It looks like Attack Planet, but, you know, whatever. Alright, so that was a not really rare encounter. See, this is what I was talking about. In the previous area, Weedles were like 5%. In this area, Weedles are 35% during the right times of day. So, you know, I went for that 5% for not any good reason, unfortunately, because the next zone had them at much higher rates. So, sometimes I get stuck with, oh, I gotta catch them all, not looking ahead, knowing that actually there's a place that's way easier. Now, our Phanpy doesn't really have any good moves yet. Tackle is just basic weak move. So we're just gonna have to fight it out and get poisoned immediately. Looks like a Phanpy is still a bit stronger than a Weedle. Not by much. But, you know, we'll get a couple level ups, we'll be fine. We can do a rematch on Joey already if we want. I suppose you could grind a little bit of money off of that. Oh, right, that's a change too. I read about that. Normally, your Pokemon faint if they drop to 0 while they're poisoned and you're walking. But I think the Romhack changed these guys so that it drops them to 1, but then they don't faint. And then they recover from the poison. Which is nice early game, because antidotes are kind of expensive. Can't really afford a lot of those yet. There we go. Now we can kill them much easier. Well, just not getting poisoned makes a big difference. I assume Phanpy is kind of like a defensive Pokemon. You know, Elephant's kind of big and defendy. Like, they seem like the kind of Pokemon that would have good physical defense. We're not going to win that fight without a swap here. Switch training, in case you're not familiar, you get both. Basically, it's the same amount of total XP for winning, but it's just split by the number of Pokemon that participated. So if 2 people participated, they each get half the XP. If 3 people participate, they get a third each. Pretty straightforward. Shouldn't be a huge surprise. All right. Reversal. I don't actually know what reversal does. I mean, I don't even know what Foresight does. Negates foe evasion and immunity. So this is one of those dumb moves that enemy Pokemon, like wild Pokemon, do all the time. I guess if you had something with that evasion up, there's a couple of moves that do that. And immunity, like, I guess on a ground Pokemon that could work. Well, yeah, because flying is immune to ground. So somehow, if you use Foresight first, you could hit them with an Earthquake after. It's a lot of messing around for not that much gain, but, you know, it's an option. And then the new one is actually a fighting move, but it's a weird one. Fighting, except the power is based on your current HP. So we're gonna forget Growl, I guess. Yeah, reversal is something I'm not super familiar with. But we could look up the exact mechanics, but we don't get stab. I don't even know if this is the kind of thing that can take advantage of stab. But maybe. Oh right, bugs resist fighting, of course. Yes. So, we learned a move that doesn't even help us fight the enemies we're trying to grind on. So we're really low HP. Should be super strong. We died. Never mind! Let's try Trash. He'll certainly be... He's got Splash. And dies instantly to a level... I mean, that serves me right. Alright, the only way we can train these guys is with swap training for now. I think because I don't want the Totodile to level up anymore, like, if we keep swapping to it, it will keep leveling up. Which we don't really want, because it's already kind of too strong. And it will actually evolve. I don't know what level it evolves at. I think Gen 1, most of the starters evolved at level 16 or 18 or something like that. So it's probably not too far away from evolving, and then it's just way too strong at this early. So we don't really want that to happen. But if I can get Nosy here, I don't know how many levels, but like somewhere around 8, 9, 10 maybe, then we can swap to it, and it will be able to survive and finish things off, basically. Although it's never really going to be good against plants. Vine Whip is super effective, so it'll probably just die to Vine Whip. I guess it's... Maybe there's no Bellsprouts in the previous zone? Or we could try the cave out, actually. Dark Cave. Not poisoned. Don't suppose we happen to have a antidote. We only have one, but whatever. It is kind of a waste of these potions, but I'm just going to use it. I want one of my backups to actually get some levels here, because this is a slow start. You know, the question was, is Phanpy stronger than the others because he's rare? not sure about that. Well, we could check his nature. Special attack. Not that special. Right, and he's supposed to pick up items. So keep an eye on him in the menu. Every now and then we might see a little icon beside him. It'll look like a little trash can or something, and that means he picked something up randomly. And that'd be cool. Because he can get some neat stuff from that. Often it's just a junky berry or whatever, but I think it might be based on the level of the Pokemon. So the higher its level, oh, that's right. These things are super effective. He's actually weak to all the plants around here. But yeah, I think as they get higher level, they can find better random stuff. And some of them are like even rare candies for level ups, and I don't know what else. Maybe even some stones for evolution. He just picks up a potion. I'm glad it tells you, actually. I don't think the base game would have told you. It just, you have to check the menu over and over again until you notice. But getting a little, actually, I suppose what we should do, yeah, is specifically take it off, because he can't pick up anything new, I don't think, until we take it off of him. So that's cool. I wonder if that means in this ROM hack he needs to be in battle to pick stuff up, or if he can also pick things up as a backup Pokemon. Because I do kind of remember in Gen 3 you could have a whole team of like Zigzagons or whatever has pickup in those games, and just wander around until you get stuff. Kind of a weird strat. Well, I don't think at level 9 he is as strong as our starter was at level 9. 17 physical attack. I guess he can't be too far behind. He doesn't have like a stab attack or a 60 power bite. So he still can't even one-shot a caterpillar. We could check. Yeah, these are the kind of stuff he sucks at too. I guess he's got reversal, so ideally you fight like normal types. But there's not too many normal types around. That's just like rats and Sentrets, I guess. Oh, what am I doing? There's no Pokemon on the road. Come on, Blue. I think I'll just get him to 10. And then I'll try to train up one of the weaker ones and swap to it. Because I don't want to swap the crocodile. The crocodile, the Totodile. As long as he's like two-shotting, it's not too bad. All right. Rollout. Now we're talking. So this is where we're starting to get some interesting moves for sure. So this was added in Gen 2. It's actually absolutely busted. It's better against like trainers and gym leaders and stuff. But if you can hit, it doubles its power. It starts at 30, and then second turn is 60, and then 120, 240, 480. Assuming I understand the mechanics, it technically stacks with defense curl. So you can go defense up, and then this starts at 60, and then 120, 240, 40. Like, it's absolutely broken. So that's cool. That's pretty good against birds, if we're going to the bird gym. I will say that. It might not be great against plants. It's okay. But because it doubles in power, like, yeah. That's a fair and balanced move. So that'll be our first, basically ready to go. Let's switch to... I would like to try to have a flyer, and Hoot Hoot sounds kind of neat. So we'll try to get some levels on him, see if he learns anything. If he gets like a flying attack, he will be really good against all these bugs and grass. So maybe we should have started with one of the birds because they counter a lot of the local wildlife. Oh, we miss. Brutal. Oh, that sucks. So, as much as I was saying, like, you know, rollout is great, it is only 90% accurate, which means 9% accurate. Accuracy rates on moves, boy oh boy. TikTok. We'll try to get him. I don't know. He's got to learn a flying move soon. Like, tackle is normal, but almost certainly he learns gust, right? He's gotta. Hypnosis. That's not what we want. That's just putting things to sleep. I mean, I guess... Actually, early game having someone with hypnosis isn't that bad, because it will make capturing a lot easier. So maybe we do keep that, actually. Sleep is great for captures. But yeah, he needs a better attacking move here. And sure, if we use the Pidgey, we know the Pidgey would trash all these things, right? But Pidgey is worse bird, and I refuse to be convinced otherwise. Recognizing that we just got bodied by it, but I blame Obama. No, I blame missing, or the hypnosis only lasted like one turn and woke up, so that's just bad luck on the sleep. And then hypnosis missed twice. Okay, you know what? Maybe the owl sucks, but we will find a way to get the owl to defeat the daytime bird. One flying rat won't stop me. Thanks, Obama. There is a future game, one of the more recent ones, I think, that has an Obama snow, or it's supposed to be like an abominable snowman. But I believe everyone just calls him Obama, because, I mean, maybe it even came out back in that's been quite a while now since Obama was president, but maybe that's when the game came out, I don't know. Maybe he secretly got a Pokemon named after him. Sounds fair. Alright, it does look like the bird is more of a speedy special defense rather than anything else. Not the best combo, but we'll see. Well, we got wrecked. These Bellsprouts are brutal. Maybe, actually, let me turn the music down a little bit loud. Also, we get the classic problem on OC Remix, where it's just remixing the same two songs. Alright, good. Different one. We were definitely on, like, the third Snowman remix, so I had to move on. Alright, impossible plant that we have no counter for, really, other than trying to defeat it with our crocodile. Maybe we should just run away from it. It's a plant. I can't imagine a walking plant should be able to keep up with the bird, right? We just fly away. Man, this Caterpie... everything we use Hypnosis on seems to wake up the turn after we use it. It's really annoying. There we go. So now we've got a flying move. It's a little bit weaker than Tackle, but we get Stab, and we'll get super effective for doubling against bugs and grass. I think grass is weak to... Pretty sure grass is weak to flying. It seems like it probably would be. So that puts it at 70 for super effective, and then 50% extra for Stab is like 105. So instead of a lowly 40, we're actually over 100 against most things. Most things in this area. Yeah. Not one shot, but certainly much, much easier to train up. Oops. And yeah, I mean, most of the enemies are bugs right here, so... So starting with a flyer, I suppose the game maybe was balanced around that. They give you a couple easy flyers, whether you go day or night. Whatever time of day you happen to be playing, you probably catch a Pidgey or a Hoot in the first zone. And then the next couple zones, it's all bugs, so, you know, they'll be fine. Game design. With me, Blue Ankylo. I will say the stats don't impress me, though. Actually, that was one of the features Pure Red had that was really nice. You could look up the, what did I call it? The Pokemon's base stats on this pokedex. That was really nice. That's, you know, generally I think Polished Crystal has more features than Pure Red. But there's a couple things Pure Red did that were really cool and unfortunately aren't in this version, in this ROM hack. Because it was nice to be able to compare in-game without going to the Wikipedia to see which Pokemon had which stats. Okay, first Bellsprout with flying. Let's do this. 2-shot, no problem. Alright, the bird counters the plant. So we've got an owl, a small elephant, a crocodile. Our party's coming out. Although I actually think Hoot might be terrible. But like I said earlier, having someone that can put enemies to sleep is good for catching game. Also, is it just me or does that Bellsprout have a lot of red lipstick? Confusion. Ooh, now we're talking. Confusion is the psychic attack special. So we have a physical flying with stab and a special psychic. That's not particularly good on bugs, but it is very like that's a good move. All right. Foresight I don't really care about, but we're already getting some coverage and a utility. Yeah, okay, that helps. And I think I was saying his stats were more well, he specifically has plus attack minus special attack. I guess his base stats are probably fairly equal on those, but you know, 2 options. Okay, well level 10 is good. Let's go to let's try the trash. Trash unfortunately is weak to bugs. Because bugs destroy grass for some reason. I suppose that's not too crazy. Bugs do eat a lot of plants. You know. That seems to be a bit of a theme for. Like I will say, it's not perfect, but Pokemon generally has sensible type matchups, except for some. Some are just unbelievable. What's the worst type combo that doesn't actually make realistic sense? I mean, I have no idea how fairies fit in because they're not realistic. Dragons being weak to ice doesn't make tons of sense. maybe fire is resistant to ice. Like if you do an ice attack on a fire Pokemon, but the fire should melt the ice, right? Turn into water. Water attacking fire is super effective. So why is ice attacking fire resistant? Sure, it might melt the ice, but then it would just be water. Right? Right? The trash is growing. It's getting bigger. So growth gives it attack up, special attack up. But it only has a grass move that bugs resist, so it's... yeah, trash. Trash is still pretty trash. Funny. Looks like it is a special attacker, probably, but... maybe we could take trash to the garbage dump. I mean, the rock tunnel, actually. Because we could be fighting rocks, like Geodudes. And, he'd probably be fine. He could kill some of those. Oh, Phanpy. So we just proved that we don't need to have your pickup Pokemon in the active battle, as long as they're at the end of a battle. As long as they're in your you know, on your belt, you can get items. So we got a Super Potion. That's cool. Phanpy. Actually, I like it. The fact that we're getting some free items early on. Maybe we'll get like some nuggets, like gold nuggets and stuff like that, and we just get some good cash early on. All right, well, I know darkness is hard, can't really see much, but yeah, rocks. So sturdy, I like the fact that the abilities pop up on screen like that, because normally they don't. Sturdy means survive one hit, basically. They always stay at 1 rather than dead. So that does make them a little bit harder to grind. When you should one-shot them, you still don't. And they are rock and ground, so they actually take double the damage. Or, sorry, quadruple the damage from grass. As usual, the Zubats interrupt my my good time. You got an escape rope. You're finding a lot of more items than I thought. Alright, we'll get trash to 10. I feel like level 10 is a decent level. It doesn't take too long once we get going here. And that should be enough to potentially use on trainer battles. Although these bats are not worth anything. So that's kind of harsh in my groove here. One more Geodude should do it. Alright. Mega Drain. Nice. Level 10. That's pretty good for low levels. Mega Drain is another life stealer that's decently strong. Not as much as our pure red version, but certainly we don't need Splash. Cool. Well, at least we got a couple moves. So that gives us a grass type that's probably mostly trash. But at least we can do super effective to rocks, right? That's something. Special attacker even is actually has a decent move nature for what we're doing. All right, well we've got bug and normal left. I don't think we're winning that fight. Wonder if Hoot Hoot, when he evolves, if he gets Psychic type as a secondary from... Well, he's normal flying right now, but I wonder if he gets, like, Psychic flying or something. That'd be cool. Fanpy here just finding us all the items. Very cool. Oh, can we... We don't have any other attacks than grass. Don't think we can do this one. I mean, we could win, but it's just... Yeah. It's pretty slow. That's right, these guys are really good at running away. He really is a skeet shot thing, right? You just throw him in the air and he runs away. Flies away. Well, falls away. Pidgeys do more damage than I like. They must have a decent physical attack. But we can always run with this guy. Value! I will say I'm not sold on this Earthbound album right now. I don't know what that was. 3 Zombie Central? There's a few tracks on the Earthbound album that I really like. But there's also a bunch of weird stuff that is just a little bit too wild. But Home Sweet Home, of course. Actually, there's at least 2 songs called Home Sweet Home that are good. Because I think Final Fantasy V has one that's got the same title. Maybe there's another... Just trying to think. I think we can win this fight here. Why did I do that? That was silly. Birds are pretty good against plants, you know. We win anyway. By the power of absorb. Right, we had the knockout. Oh, we could switch, right, because we've got one other Gen 2. We could switch him in. The Ladybug. I guess we're going to a level 11. But those are the 2 I like so far. And I like getting the free items. Well. We'll put TikTok on hold. But so far, flying is great, right? Like, if we're just going to fight bugs and plants, you want to have something super effective. And early on, there's a very strict limit on, like, accessibility and move types you can get early on. So if you're going to be fighting against birds, it'd be great to have something with rock. And if you're going to be fighting plants, it's great to have something flying, so you should use it. Nope. You broke the rules. Okay, if we had more hit points, maybe Skeet could do that fight. This is like the silliest way to kill Bellsprouts. We got quick attack. Maybe what I'll start doing is dying in one shot. Yep. We got a spider. Bug is good against plant, except we don't have a bug attack. Alright, you know what? Changed my mind. Earthbound. I just don't have enough nostalgia for you. Let's find some other series that I have more nostalgia for. It's a nostalgia stream. Well, you know, Final Fantasy. It's an RPG. It's got grinding. It's an easy sell. Let's go revive our dead Pokemon. I suppose we could go rematch with Joey. He had a, what was it, a level 3, no, level 5 Rattata. It might have powered up a bit in the, I'm not sure how the game's going to do it. Especially given that the ROM hack specifically talked about rebalancing some trainers with a new level curve and all that. So I'm assuming that some of the rematch fights might be stronger than normal to make them a little bit more interesting, but I guess we'll see. Oh, it's Robert. Hello there. You came for the grinding session. Should have known as soon as we start to grind, that's when you return. I will have you know that we named one of our Pokemon Skeet, specifically because it has a target on its chest and flies around. Figure you might appreciate that. I feel like we're just barely stronger than one bird, though. So, our whatever this thing is called, I'm so familiar with these Pokemon. I know I've been using them. It's got a dumb name, okay? Sentret. What's a Sentret? It is normal, so it gets stabbed. So it gets 50% on its quick attack, better than normal, but it's not much. We're just grinding these guys up a little because our main, you know, is a little bit too high level. And if I don't spend a little bit of time grinding, then I'll just never use them, and we'll just have one solo Pokemon challenge, which is not the plan. So we'll get him to level 10 here, and then we'll be good to go. 10 or 11, anyway. We did get a cool little elephant. There's evil plants trying to kill us. Evil Weedles. I think it's safe to say that Skeet's not very good. Oh, good. All the best. All the best of the Final Fantasy playlist. Excellent. We'll see if they start repeating so we get the same 5 songs over and over again. That's how you know we got the classic stream going. I mean, I did just skip it and it's the same song, so we're off to a great start. I don't know. Something, it's like, it's been like a year since I've had the problem, since I've done streams and the playlist, but some things never change, you know? You're just always gonna have to suffer the, what is this, 650 tracks? But really it's just 6, and you just keep getting them on a cycle. Alright, level 9, done, almost done, not done, not done. With the best nicknames. I'm gonna try to finish off Ski. He needs to learn a better move is the main thing here. Quick attack is 40 power, and I guess with normal stab it's okay, because it basically ups it to 60, but nothing, you know, nothing is weak to normal, so that's the best it can do. Hyper Potion's pretty, actually we might even be able to sell that. Those are like late game potions. We are getting so many bonus items. I love it. That part's a lot of fun, I will say. Doing a grind where you get little prizes every now and then. It's like playing a gacha game. You're just gambling away, spending the money to get that random item every pull on the casino. Just get some new item. You never know what you're gonna get. It's great. All right, level 10. Do you learn anything? Nothing. Oh, why are you so bad? Okay, let's try the spider. Although it only has 6 legs, so I don't think that's a real spider. So we're using some Pokemons I don't normally use. It's probably not very good against birds. I don't feel like spiders usually can take out a bird. Although I did see some video long ago where there's like maybe a tarantula or something I think took out like a hummingbird, but hummingbirds are hardly birds. Let's just do switch training. This is probably dead. Ooh, almost. Hey! Combo. I'm actually kind of annoyed at how strong the enemy Pidgeys are, because considering how bad of a Pokemon it is, it just shows that our Pokemon are even weaker. Okay, normally we would have advantage here, bug versus grass, but guess what kind of moves we don't have? Maybe, actually, yeah, poison works. Right. Poison beats bug too, or poison beats grass as well. That's the one. So we do actually get an advantage. Great. Pretty neutral here. We could just go for Wrap Strat. It's not very good. But luckily, Weedles are stupid. So the reason I don't normally use poison on plants is because most plants are grass and poison, so therefore not actually effective. I guess bug would have maybe the same problem actually. Now, I will admit, my plan to stay up all day and correct my sleep problems, it's not looking great. I'm starting to get pretty drowsy already. It's only 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. in the morning. It's hardly anything. I'm already tired. Terrible. Just a second, there's like 5 emails I just got. I'm just double checking. Ah, great timing. Oh my god. Oh, I hate this place so much. One of my neighbors in the building that I don't manage, but just voluntarily try to help out with every now and then, has managed to somehow leak enough water onto their floor the last few years to completely rot out everything in their bathroom, underneath their bathtub, and their the linoleum in their bathroom. And so we can't let that go because it's gonna fall into the into the people underneath them, or just continue to rot. So we're trying to figure out what the solution is. Current quote to start is like $15,000, and that's just to pull the tub out and clean up the linoleum and check behind it all. And if there is like significant damage to the flooring and the surrounding area, it's just so much money. It's crazy. I don't know. I don't know what to do. It's not specifically my money, but it's 5% my money. But the building does need to stay in business. Yeah, I don't know what to do with people. If it was easily proven that it was like the members' fault, then in theory you could go after them to recoup some of it, maybe. But there's no way that's gonna work. I don't think it's just the grind here, Melior. I was actually sleepy when I was in the middle of the episode too. I was just trying to keep it going for the recording. But when I started the stream at like 7 my time, so it's been a few hours. I don't need to stream all day, it's fine. But I was hoping I could keep this going long enough to help reset my sleep schedule. I have a feeling I'm not going to make it that long. But it's fine. It turns out having like restoration companies remove bathtubs from small apartments is rough. I don't know. Vancouver's also stupid expensive, so I don't know what the deal is. We tried getting other quotes. We actually did get 3 quotes from different companies, and they're all pretty much the same. So either it's a racket. It's probably a racket. It's always a racket. I'm trying to stay out of a lot of the co-op business. That's one of the reasons we're streaming here. Is I was on the board of directors for way too long, and I'm taking a break and not as involved as I used to be. But it's really hard to completely cut ties, so I'm still peripherally involved in some projects, and at least I'm still getting emails and stuff. I do a lot of the budgeting for the building because everyone else hates spreadsheets, and as we've seen, Blue loves spreadsheets, so I spend a fair amount of time doing that kind of stuff. But if you're doing the budget, then you got to look at how much it costs to fix a leak, which is, I don't know. I don't know if it's fair pricing. That's the thing, right? Like, it just stresses me out more than anything. I will say the attack power on this spider is pretty good. As you'd probably expect, they're pretty much glass cannons. They bite, they got venom. They're not usually very sturdy. Glare, 100% paralyzed. That's not actually that's usually a relatively rare or high level move. 100% status effects are usually not the easiest to get, so that's interesting. Better than speed string shot anyway. They need my brain. I don't know. Maybe. But, average population, not gamers, not IT. Most people don't like math very much. So, I guess my skill with ability to multiply. I don't know what to say. Glare! I guess you just wrap it then if we're just trying to win with... So the joke, if you weren't here when I named it, this is a monstrous spider. It's maybe related to Shelob or something. You know, legendary Tolkien spiders. But it's She-Light because it's definitely not full strength. Because it's actually pretty weak. I know it's a bit of a stretch. It's not my best nickname. In case you think it's... I was just expecting someone to think it's something else entirely. So I've got to explain it. When you have to explain it, you know you've done a really good job with your nickname. That's how you know. Same with jokes. The more you have to explain it to everybody, the better the joke. Every time. Alright, level up. Still getting +2 attack. That's certainly not bad. Glare. Now, we're pretty weak to birds. You know, the glare strats are not bad though. I forget the exact percent of how often they lose their turn when they're paralyzed. Maybe 25% or something like that. It's a gamble. Secretly, Pokemon has always been a gambling game. 90% accuracy? Nice joke. They grew up in the XCOM school of math, whatever we're going to call it. Hey, they killed each other, so no one gets experience. My Pokemon team, like I say in my notes, I'm trying to only use the Gen 2. We're really early on, so the options were very slim. Main starter was Toothy the Totodile, because cool crocodile. He was also blue, so therefore, of course. I do think he's pretty good, though. Bite is the 60 power dark move, which is nice. So that's okay. He's been our main breadwinner. We did find this kind of rare Phanpy. He's neat. He doesn't do much, but the rollout defense curl combo is a classic Gen 2 strat. So maybe we'll keep him around for a while. I don't know if he's any good, but I've never used him. Definitely part of the main team is the trash Sunkern. It's just a seed. I expect we'll be replacing him, but he's got grass. We've got something for target practice. Definitely one of our mainliners we're going to keep around forever. And then I'm training up a spider, Spinarak, who seems kind of neat, but we'll see. He's got actually pretty good attack, so I like that. And I haven't really started doing the Ladybug yet, but that's our other new one. I think I might have one more that's not... Yeah, we've got the Hoot Hoot, the owl. It's okay, but we caught a bunch of, like, repeats from Gen 1. I'm trying not to use them unless we need to, so... Honestly, before the first gym, we've actually got a pretty good selection. There is a couple more to try to catch, though. Once we get a little bit more leveling up, I'm going to go try to find... I've got a list of all the stuff available on the side here. There's a... What's it called? What's the name of the dumb thing? If we can get a 5% encounter rate, we can get a Hoppip. I don't know what a Hoppip is. It's something from Gen 2. And we could get a Ghastly, which we also probably wouldn't be allowed to use either for the rules, but... I could use my Weedle and Caterpie and get them leveled up and evolved, but I'll save that till it's easier at a higher level. Yeah, it's mostly just gathering up what's available right now, David. I'm not worried too much about like a balanced team. It's just I'm trying to catch one of everything that's available mostly, and I'm just leveling them up a little bit so that I could use them, right? Like, it's so easy to backtrack into just using one and letting them overlevel and sweep everything. It really is maybe the quickest way to play the game. Hoppip was removed. Ah, well, that'll explain that. Good. Actually, that's a good reminder to check stuff like that before we start doing 5% hunts. Why does this ladybug only have tackle? Come on. Not even a stab. Just it's a bug flyer. It has tackle. Should have called it like some sort of footballer or something. I will say though, we have access to Glare, which is 100% paralyzed. Very nice for capturing. And our Owl has Hypnosis, which is, you know, sleep, but it's not 100%. So we actually, by leveling these guys up, even if I don't use them, you know, there's a lot of things to capture, so it's nice to get a few of those early on for sure with some statuses. And some chip damage, like right now if I use Toothy to capture stuff, he just kills it, right? He mostly just chomps it in one hit, so. Alright, this will get level 11, which was my target. Almost. Not quite. Yeah, no, for sure, David, that's... the most recent Pokemon game I've played, I believe is it Black and White? The one where you get the penguin that gets water steel. I forget the name of them all. I really didn't play it very much. But that's the one I played most recently, the mainline series. I mean, I've played the older games for nostalgia's sake, but I really didn't keep up with the main series, basically, is what I'm saying. But that was the last of the series I played, and I only used the water starter, because it gets water steel, which is really good. And I never cared for most of the new Pokemon, so I didn't capture anything, I just sold the game with it. Because it was always 10 or 20 levels higher than everything else. And it turns out very little resists water steel, so that was pretty easy. But anyway, I did that, and I kind of, like, that was kind of it, right? I was like, well, I have defeated Pokemon. There is no need to do it again. I guess we win this fight. Are Ladybuzz, like, incredibly defensive? Is that the idea here? Oh, yeah, actually, definitely. Bug flying, but actually very high physical, or special defense. So, because of its nature, it's got a little bit better normal defense. It's slower. Yeah, I don't know. Capable of taking hits, haha. I don't know. It needs a move that it's got stab on, though. Flying or bug would be ideal, you know, right now. If it could learn Gust or something, right? That'd be great. I don't think it beats the bird. Maybe if we get lucky and it kills itself, but it's not looking good. Hey! We only get lucky like that when it doesn't matter. Okay, so then I'm just thinking of things to backtrack for while we're in between episodes. We're almost done the grind. There's not too many Pokemons left. I guess if there's no Hoppips, I could get a Ghastly, but it's like 5% at night. But the next dungeon, if I remember correctly, I'm trying to think ahead a little bit, and it's hard because I don't know Silver Gold Crystal very well. But I'm almost 100% sure that the Sprout Tower, well, for one, is full of Bellsprouts, but I think it's also full of Ghastlies. So we don't need to worry about a 5% when we can just wait a minute and find it at a reasonable odds. I'm pretty sure. But I might look back to see if there's anything else we missed. Swift! Okay, it's not going to be as good as Pure Red. So, in the last ROM hack, this one was super handy. Because it was priority ice. But now it's normal, and because of the ROM hack, it is... I think it might be a bit rare in that it's a special normal attack. There's not that many of those. Normals are usually physical like that. So it's stronger than Tackle. It uses our special attack stat and their special defense. But it's still normal. And we are not actually a normal type, which is kind of dumb. I do think it might still have priority, actually. It probably still goes first, but... yeah, we're bug flying, not normal flying, so we don't even get stab. And our special attack is trash. So it's not even a very good combo for this creature. It's weird. Not every Pokemon needs to have perfect moves matching their types, but I usually consider Pokemon very critically if they don't learn good coverage relatively early, and especially having like at least one or two of their type stabs by like level 10. So we are level 8 with no stab attacks, just all normal that is just kind of weak. Even though Swift is, you know, it's stronger than 40, comparatively to the good Pokemon, this is still pretty weak. But we'll see. I will say a lot of my plan here is really to force myself to use Pokemon I don't normally use. So that's why we're banning the original 150. Because honestly, if I was playing it as a kid, I probably would have just brought what's wrong with? I probably would have just captured a Geodude and a Pidgey and I don't know what else, but you know, just the same things you normally use in the first game. Because normally you get a Pidgey early on, maybe you get a Geodude in Moon Mountain or whatever, and I don't know, probably a Nidorina or something. The classic Gen 1 earlies, you know. Alright, 2 more levels, 1 more level, and then we're good. Could go somewhere else, but if all we have is normal attacks, there's not much better we can do. Oops, I should organize these better. Level 10, still nothing good. And I know I could look up like the learn set for these, see if they learn anything interesting. They won't have the vanilla learn set though, I don't think, from not just Gen 2, but whatever gen they're in. Because I know the Romhack advertises that it changes their learning sets. So can't count on that. Alright, let's try to get our Skeet to level 11 to wrap it up. Guess we do quick attack. At least this guy gets stabbed for his normal attacks. So if he learns Swift, he'd be a Swifty for sure. Because 60 power plus stab is 90. That would actually be pretty good right now. It's definitely just playing Taylor Swift music. Or you can imagine like a horde of young girls just charging towards the enemy, just trampling it to death to buy a ticket or, you know, whatever they're doing. I don't know. I guess it's not just young girls, I know, but you know, the iconic group of people going to a Taylor Swift concert. Yes, Pokemon can hold items. This is the first. Gen 2 is Gen 1 is the only one that they can't actually. So Nosy here, the thing you might have saw, he's got the pickup ability. Now the only reason there's abilities is because the Romhack added them in from future gens. Like Gen 3 is when that was normally added. So Fanpy has a future generation ability that lets him randomly pick stuff up, and then I have to take them off of his nose, I guess. But you can also, if we're leveling this guy up, take usually berries, and there's some special items later on, and they will eat them at some point in battle. So you can give them something that cures poison or paralysis or heals, and when they are poisoned, paralyzed, or below a certain HP, they will just automatically eat their berry, which is pretty cool. So that's a normal Generation 2 mechanic. That's not hacked in. Although there's probably some tweaks, but that is just a normal mechanic. It's a bit of a mix in this ROM hack. It's a bit tricky to know what's in the base game and what they changed, because I'm not super familiar with Crystal, but hopefully that explains it. If I had a berry that healed poison, it would have activated there, for instance. think we might be able to get to 11 while poisoned here if we're lucky. We ate our. I know I'm on super speed, but we healed 10 hit points for the berry there when we got below half. So, if you can get enough berries, you can power up a little bit. And hey, look, we keep getting items. Great. It is pretty cool to have the pickup. It's a neat ability. Great for grinding, you know. Well, so that's everything at 11 that I'm planning on using. I will, like I said, I'll level up these guys later, but I'm not planning on using them, so whatever. I think I'd rather have the Hoot Hoot than... Well, the Ladybuzz is completely useless, right? It hasn't learned anything. So I don't know what level it gets something. But right now, I'd say that's probably the worst Pokemon we've got. Sorry, Ladybug lovers. There was a description in the Pokedex for it about how it excretes some goo out of its arms or hands or something. So let's just leave that one. Well, what I will do, the future tubers don't need to know, but let's head back and rematch the kids that we beat up that had a Rattata. I don't expect it's going to be a very tough fight. I'm trying not to overlevel my starter here, so we're just going to run. But they're right here. Or that guy. So rematch. His rat is the same level it used to be, so it's dead again. And we just send our money home to him. So you do get money, I guess. There is a way to... Unlike Generation 1, there's a way to technically farm cash, but it's a bit slow. I thought someone else also wanted a rematch, but... Was it Wade? No. Huh. I thought we had two of them call us, but Joey's the only one that rematches so far. Alright, well let me check my chart if there's any Pokemon worth catching between these episodes here. So like I said, there's a Ghastly, but I don't really care. If there is no Hoppip, we can ignore that. Which is normally a Gen 2 one. Need a better map here. How do we do this? Oh, Dark Cave. I want to check that. We could try to get a Dunsparce, but it's a 1%. So, no. That is a terrible design decision. 1% encounter. It's mostly Geodudes with a couple bats and the occasional Dunsparce. If you go in the morning, there's a chance to find a Teddy Ursa, another new one. But that is 5%. So that's pretty brutal. Alright. I don't like these 5% very much. It's pretty slow. Maybe I can find like... Where can I see... Just looking at the encounter lists for my areas here. We might not have missed anything, actually, at this point. Going back... Oh, I found a way to navigate through the maps a bit better. Good. I'm just looking at the Bulbapedia list here. It's pretty easy to go through. Once we learn how to headbutt, we can do that, but we're not... There's a bunch of new Pokemon from headbutting trees, but can't do that yet. Let's try Route 46. We can only get to the bottom of Route 46. That's where we got our Geodude. We did get the Jigglypuff, which was rare. We got the Phanpy, which was super rare. So yeah, if you're playing along, theoretically the Phanpy is kind of hard to get. But I think that's everything then. Yeah. Well, that wasn't too bad then. Other than the Zubat, other than the Ghastly. Now I gotta decide if I'm gonna record another episode or if I'm falling asleep. That's the hardest part. I would like to deal with the first gym. Maybe we do one more episode and then I finally succumb to sleep. It shouldn't be that hard if we do the tower, the Sprout Tower, and the gym in the next episode. Yeah, I can manage that, I think. But I don't think I'm going to be streaming as long as I was originally hoping. Because the yawns! Oh, jeez. The yawns have attacked. But I gotta keep pushing forward the sleep. Well, ideally... let me just think. Usually people get to sleep in on the weekends, but I actually have almost more obligations on the weekends than on the weekdays. Saturday, I have a thing at 9. I need to be able to stay up later on Saturday, and then even later. Like, I need to actually be awake during the day on Sunday. Well, there's only so much we can do. This music is... let's see here. Final Fantasy IX. It's another overclocked remix called Be Still My Wicked Heart. It's a big medley with like a whole bunch of various bits mixed in by Rebecca E. Tripp. So Be Still My Wicked Heart. It sounds like it's kind of a mix of like Queen Braum and maybe the play a little bit when they did the big play at the beginning. That's my guess. Okay, let's head back to town, heal up, pick our Pokemon, and then we'll do one more real episode. If you stuck around for the grinding, we should see at least one gym battle. It's only fair. And Sprout Tower doesn't take that long. Does this guy... I forgot to come back to this guy. Can we actually battle him now? Yeah. Guess we should have done this one. Is he... I wonder if this guy is technically an add-on from the Romhack. I think he might be. But it's also possible he was always here. But he wouldn't fight us until we beat all the other trainers. So, I don't know. We'll start the episode here because it's new content. Oh, okay. Oh, jeez, the yawns. Once you start yawning, it's like you're just doomed. Okay, come on, Blue. You can do this. One more good episode. We're gonna play the in-game music. It's Chip. It's Toony. And we're still in good shape. Everyone's healed up. No problem. Alright. Let's get a little bit of progress done before we run out of steam. Before I run out of steam. Hello, Polished Tubers, and welcome back to Let's Play Pokemon Polished Crystal, the ROM hack, with me, Blue Ankylo, where I'm still kind of just learning specifically what this hack does, and what it does do so far is not change the random encounters very much. So, we have spent some time leveling up our only Gen 2 team, and double-checking if there's anything to catch. So we did double-check that the Hip Loop, or whatever it's called, that normally is a rare encounter in the first few areas, it was removed by the hack. So there's no hip hops. There's a couple things that have been removed, so that's fine. But 5%, 1% encounters, they kind of suck anyway. But I haven't seen anything new is the main thing. We haven't run into any alternate starters or amazing multi-birds or anything like that. So whatever the hack has done to rebalance the random Pokemon, it hasn't added them to the beginning of the game. I haven't really looked through the Pokedex to see, because we don't know very much about stuff that we've already captured, so I can't check, where you might find one, other than, hey, these are starters. But, for now, there's no starters on the map either, so unlike, the Pure Red ROM hack, where you kind of could look for them around the second badge, give or take, I have no idea if we're going to be able to get these. So, that's, it's what it is. Anyway, we're going to try to get some progress for this episode here. And there was this guy that said to talk to him after we defeated all the other trainers. So, let's deal with this guy and then do Violet City. Oh, I will show off the moves on my well-trained group. Honestly, most of the ones we trained up aren't that good, but I just wanted to have options. Ace Trainer. He's not an ace attorney. He has chosen poorly, though, because Toothy happens to be water. It floats in the air? Weird. So I guess if you were trying to use Earthquake or Ground, it might not work, but... Surprise! Yeah, well... Air Balloon popped? I have no idea what this air balloon mechanic is. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. So far, it doesn't make much difference. Look at him, big boy. Do we learn Scary Face? I don't know. That's defense down or attack down or speed down, even worse. So Sharply is 2 stages, which I think you go from 100 to 50 with 2 stages, and then from like 50 to 33 or something %. So it does lower speed a lot, but I mean, yeah, whatever. Our face is scary enough. A Mareep. That is the electric sheep. I remember that one. We technically have a very good counter for electric sheep. Do androids dream of electric sheep? Floating in the air, so it's immune to ground. Unfortunately, we didn't learn any ground moves. So all we can do is cheat and either do defense curl rollout or fighting with... Reversal is... The lower your HP is, the more damage. I don't know the formula, but... it is what it is. But, I mean, we've got Rollout, right? Rollout's super good. It doesn't look good, but just give it a minute. Well, that sucks. I guess Rollout makes contact because it's a physical, you roll into them kind of move. Paralyze is probably going to interrupt our cool, this move gets double every turn. It's a static sheep. Oh, good, and accuracy down. Okay, we're doomed. Fully paralyzed, 2 stages of accuracy down. 3 stages of accuracy down. I love accuracy down moves, they're my favorite. 4 stages. Our accuracy, I don't even know exactly, but it's probably down to like 20% or some nonsense. Well, you can only go down to 6. But yeah, we're dead. There's no way. We'll have to switch out. I could try to defense curl up. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just going to go for the low % hit, I guess. Because it's just going to keep mud skipping us. It's even worse than Sand Attack. Hey, we got lucky. But yeah, the problem with Rollout is it's actually weak on the first attack. So you needed to hit multiple turns. So this is an amazing count. Here I was thinking my ground type would be good against the electric type. No. Alright, well that's a complete disaster. What else should we try? Maybe flyers are immune to it, because they fly, right? We've got one bird. Owl, go. Usually electric is bad, but at least you can't be mud skipped. We could try to put it to sleep, or just try to murder it. If we attack with Peck, we could get paralyzed. Let's just go for a sleep. Yeah. Get out of here, you dumb sheep. I do kind of like Mareep. This is the kind of Pokemon I might want for an electric type later once we find one. Cheater! Look at this guy. Using a full heal. I banned those. Ugh. Not very good damage. End max potions? Seriously? You can't even buy these things yet. So this is almost certainly a custom fight from the Romhack, right? It's gotta be. Well, as long as we can lock it down with sleep. I mean, hypnosis is not super accurate, but... this is just a bit of a grind. Cat, you better not be scratching stuff you're not supposed to scratch. Cat Ankylo's trouble. Of course it went for the Paralyze. I mean, this is also early enough in the game that, like, there's almost... I mean, you might be able to buy a couple of those things, like the cures right now, but they're pretty expensive for this early, so we're kind of just locked in. So now that we're paralyzed, it'll probably go first, so... and we're dead. No? Half dead. Okay, we're just gonna outpower it with Toothy. I know we're weak to Thundershock, but there's no way with 6 levels it kills us. Oh, I love the low percent paralyze. So much fun. Kill it. We can take 2 at least, it's fine. We can take 3, it's fine. Trash. The only thing that can beat a trash Pokemon is trash. It's not very effective. It's just gonna mud slap us though and be really annoying, I bet. Oh no, it just goes for physical, sure. Alright, maybe we should have gone with the plant after all. See, it turns out all you need is the worst grass Pokemon we've got. And even though apparently this guy's terrible, it's better than a Mareep. Well, we win. That was gross. I didn't like that guy all that much. A fine battle. You're a rising star. Here, have an air balloon. Okay. Is this one of those carry items? Well, that's cool. Kind of like extra challengers, I guess. You don't... They're optional, right? You don't have to do these. I really don't want to fight Joey again. He just has one Rattata at level 5. And he just blabs on and on and on and on. The phone... I wish you could kind of turn the phone off. Like, I don't mind phoning people, but... don't answer the phone, please. Right, so I was going to go over our Pokemon. We kind of did accidentally. But yeah, Hoot Hoot is normal flying, does a flying attack, a psychic attack, and a sleep. That's not the worst. Stats are pretty weak, but, you know, low levels. Sentret here is just normal. It's got a couple normal moves, not much else. It's low levels. We got a spider, bug poison. It's got a poison attack. Glare is 100% paralyzed, which is actually pretty good. Also, not electric, so I think you can use it on electric Pokemon. Hey there, Kermit. Rapid Absorb. Like, its moveset's okay. I actually think this guy's one of the better ones we've got right now. Trash is not the one I thought would do any good, but apparently it's good against sheep. It's got Mega Drain. And that's about it. But hey, you know, it actually has a good nature. Special attack up for grass is pretty good. We've got this cool elephant. I kind of like him. I don't know if he's any good. He's been doing a lot of pickup, just getting random items off the ground while we grinded. That was cool. And he doesn't actually have any ground moves. So usually he's got this. This is a Gen 2 special. The defense curl, one stage of defense up, and then rollout doubles damage every turn. So if you can hit with it, which is not going to work on that sheep, but against birds, and there's a lot of birds in the next area, maybe. I was just going to skip these, speaking of birds. But yeah, we need to get to town and not have 500 encounters on the way. Because we're supposed to be exploring Violet City, and I'd like to get to the gym fight today. Yeah, YouTube is a bit weird for... If you're used to Twitch style, you know, YouTube's got its own thing. I think gift subs is a very frequently requested feature. But let's explore Violet. We haven't really done this yet. 3 years ago, Team Rocket was up to no good. That was, I believe, when the first game happened. Yeah. So it's been 3 years. Canonically. Bill made the PC. Yeah. And Pokemon are smart. Well, maybe they're as smart as the average co-op resident. It doesn't work? Oh. Well, hey, I don't know, Kermit. I haven't been streaming in a long time, so I don't know how anything works anymore. A Pokemon you get in a trade grows quickly. Yeah, they get like 50% XP and then don't listen or whatever, it's fine. Do you have a Poliwag? Oh. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. Neither of them are in my allowed list because they're both from Gen 1 in our first game. But let's do this quick. YouTube is weird. Let's switch. So maybe we'll have to catch another Poliwag later on, but you know, if you're gonna do a flying gym, Voltorb's not bad. Team Rocket were up to no good. I mean, they didn't do too much really. They just had a cool gambling casino thing and sold off all the snack. Right, this guy was just a tadpole ready for a crocodile to be eaten. Thanks for the super chat there, of course. But yeah, here, let's do our first in-game trade. We can't even really use the Voltorb because we have no badges, so it's gonna have like a... I think it's a 50% chance to just ignore you or something like that. It's significant. We did get in a little fight, but our mom was definitely more like, yes, go 10-year-old, explore the Outlands, fight dragons, defeat the Mafia, you'll be fine. That's what 10-year-olds do. So, I don't think she was too upset. Anyway, we got ourselves an angry Pokeball. Hooray. I like to do the in-game trades if I can, so get these out of the way if we are able to. Yeah, memberships are cool for sure. There is a bunch of like unlocking features in YouTube where you get enough, just like Twitch, I think, or similar to Twitch anyway, where the more members you have, the more. By the way, look how cool this box system is for Crystal. This is way better than the Gen 1, Gen 2 computer system. This is great, you know? But yeah, YouTube's got some interesting features for sure. So what town in Pokemon is Bel Air? I guess that's like the high-end rich people town. I don't even know. Where do the rich people live in Pokemon? This is the kind of question we need to know. The City of Nostalgic Scents. I traded my best Pokemon to the guy here. Huh? He's got some item. Pokemon holding a berry will heal itself. I was just explaining this to chat. I'm taking notes on the teacher's lecture. There's no teacher here, though. Kid's notebook. Catch Pokemon. Use balls. Hold 6. Weaken target first. Wow, this guy's really a genius student. No. If this is what they're teaching at school these days, I don't know. So there's a couple things we can do, right? You can go to the Sprout Tower or the gym. We'll probably do the Sprouts first, just to... I assume that's usually the preferred order. But yeah, this is our first gym. Faulkner. Actually, he might not even be here. He might be in Rock Cave right now. I forget the rule. You can't challenge Faulkner. Yeah, he's in the cave. So we can't even do the gym yet. Even though I want to. You are trainer. Battle gym leader. When you did. Well, no, because he's not there. Is that so? Then you study show. Okay, we can't read this guy's. I don't know what's wrong with this guy. Here, teacher I am. Good it is. You study here. I have a feeling this must be part of the ROM hack. But this is probably custom. So if you don't have 2 monitors or 3 or 4 monitors, I suppose this cool new bag system, you can look at this type chart. And it's a little squishy, and I promise you my version has at least 5 extra pixels, but I do have effectively this on the side. Although instead of circles and triangles, I just have 2s and halves and stuff. But yeah, they added Fairy, and then after Dark and Steel, it gets pretty complicated. But there you go, study, that's your homework. You're going to have to replicate this chart for school tomorrow. And any mistake will be 5 lashings. So, we'll feed you to the Gyarados. Pretty sure he'll chat at us some more, though. Earl I am. Wonderful. Teach. What do you want to know? Winner is you? It's like, this is some early 90s amazing translation to English. Teach. In battle, Pokemon top on list, jump out first. Uh-huh. This sounds very offensive. Sure. Sure. Teach. Yes, you can swap train to get XP. Hopefully there's an EXP share item that will make it easier. Alright, we're done. Never speak of this again. I saw a wiggly tree. I don't think I would say that. You touch a tree and it squirms and dances. It's like, nope, that's real creepy. That's not good. That's bad. She uses the names of her favorite things to eat for the nicknames she gives to her Pokemon. Oh, I get you. I did name some of my Pokemon after food, to be fair. They mostly got fed to the computer, though. So this is the next route. We probably can't get through yet. Oh, we can. Plants are living. They would want to move around from time to time. Well, you know, most of the plants in Pokemon have feet and can walk around and eat things, so they can do whatever they want. Plants are pretty dangerous in Pokemon. How does such a wobbly building survive an earthquake? This is a weird one for sure. Sprout Tower. Alright, let's do the first dungeon. It's barely a dungeon. So maybe this is a giant bell sprout? I don't know. It might just be a weird construction. I don't know. This place is nuts. So we gotta get to the top, get a TM. You know the drill. Random encounter. Against plant. See, I told you they can walk. It's got feet. It's only level 3. It's not even worth talking about. Let's just speed this up. I haven't been grinding my crocodile much. Or really at all. I've been trying to avoid leveling it. It's still way too strong. It's all good, Kermit. It looks like the trainers here are all level 3, so let's switch over to Bird. I'm just gonna do this kind of quick, because honestly, I didn't expect them to... Where's my bird? Oh, I brought the wrong thing, dang it. I did not expect to be fighting level 3 Pokemon at the first area. Because, you know, you catch them at like level 3 or 4, and this is kind of nuts. So we're gonna start picking up some cool items. I will say, for the future tubers that weren't around, we did get a couple cool pickups from Fampi already. We got like a couple hyper potions, which are, and we might even see how much we can sell them for. I meant to bring Hoot Hoot, not the stupid bug. So we'll fix that. I need to sort this out because we want to keep our Gen 1 Pokemon separate from our Gen 2 that we're using. But all right, so we're gonna put the flyer up top, which should be very good against plants, and we'll just let him sweep. I was gonna check. You know, hyper potions are kind of late game healing items. We don't really need them right now anyway, because they heal like 200 hit points. We only need to heal like 20. So because we picked them up from Fampi, you just got them for free, right? Well, I guess they heal 120, but still, we have a very limited supply of Pokeballs right now, so this is actually a pretty good amount of money. Similarly, we don't need super potions yet. So it's kind of neat. I like the fact that you can get some free items with that pickup skill. That's not a normal Gen 2 mechanic. And I did run out of... Well, I was running low on Pokeballs, so I bought like a bunch more, but... we could certainly just buy some regular potions if we want to heal up. Didn't I say we try to buy things in packs of 10? But we've got 4 antidotes. We have no paralyzed heals. Getting paralyzed sucks, as we've learned recently against the sheep. So we'll get a couple of those. Get a couple of those. And I'm going to skip the X attacks. Actually, I think we... Didn't we get... I thought we got one of those for free too. Maybe I was crazy. I thought we picked up an X item, but... Anyway, let's keep going. I know we're not listening to the music much, but I will turn it back on once we're in a real battle. Rats don't count. Paralyze heal. I'm glad I bought those. Alright, if they're still just level 3, we're just going to super speed it, though. Oh, you're working on your own monetization. Yeah, good for you. Level 3, don't care. I will say Twitch is a bit tricky if you're trying to go to partnership. YouTube's probably a bit easier overall to get if you're into that kind of thing, trying to get into ad rev and stuff. But the requirements for Twitch are kind of secretive, and you can be a junior or whatever it's called, but getting the actual full style. There's the X accuracy. I thought there was one of those coming up. It's kind of a mysterious consecutive stream plus viewership plus mystery, the mystery element factor, X factor. All right, we're gonna beat up all these old men and their level 3 plants. It's not even really worth talking about. These are, I do not remember them being this low a level. I thought they were stronger than that. But we'll just fast forward through this part. It's no big deal. If I could please just kill it. Well, that's good. My problem. My troubles with Twitch is actually that they require two-factor authentication, and I almost never have my phone with me, so I can never log in. And then my phone is like out of batteries, and I can't log in. I hate mandatory two-factor authentication. Okay, we're almost at the end of the tower. Oh, wait. This guy's level 7. It's actually a real fight. I will say, though, if the new stats are 5 viewers, 100 followers, yeah, that's pretty easy compared to... It used to be much higher than that, like 10 times at least, but whatever. It's all good. But I still can't log in right now, so... I got my own problems. Alright, bird... Defeated Sage Bellsprout, man. I just figured it wasn't really worth watching level 3 Bellsprouts. Five average is, well... I mean, yeah, you need a few people that click on it when you go live, but... That's still tiny, because it used to be like an average of 50 or something, right? Which is way harder to get up to for small channels. Yeah, there was still like the number of hours. There was definitely a thing where you had like the you had to stream a certain number of days out of a month or something. I don't know. I'm sure they change it all the time, but I'm sure they reset every month or something, right? It's not like 5 years ago you had 0 views. I guess I'm kind of doing this the dumb way. Peck versus Peck. Maybe... I don't really have any counter flying. The best I've got is my Phanpy, I guess. Rollout is good against flying, just, you know, it misses. I do like it, and it's real brutal when the inevitable milk tank kills us with it. But when I use it, that 90% never seems to work. But okay, I have to say, you know, I know this is a very old game. The actual trainer distribution in this tower is kind of dumb. It's just all Bellsprouts at super low levels. Like, let's just speed this up. I know we're asleep, but we'll wake up and one-shot it, two-shot it, same difference. Ooh, a Ghastly. At least it's something different. Let's see. Ghastly. It's our first Ghastly we've seen. Funny how we have confusion here, though. So, Hoot Hoot. Pretty good. At least we have one Pokemon with some types. Some early game specific movesets. It's kind of getting too many levels here, though. Nightshade. Hey, that's a ghost. Or wait, no, what is it now? In Pure Red, it was a ghost attack. It is ghost, but it's also garbage. A little bit of money, send it to our mom. And then, finally... What did I name this person? You should treat your Pokemon better, yeah. At least we get to hear the rival music. I really couldn't care less about weak Pokemon. Right, Thief! That's right, we give him the good name. Seriously, I'm in the middle of, like, a dungeon here, Joey. Would you leave me alone? I hate this guy so much. I wonder if there's any way to, like... New phone, who dis, right? Like... Just gonna steal that. Give me them ropes. And this is a... Ugh, garbage rats everywhere. Let me heal up, because this is the boss battle, you know? Super dangerous. Probably another three bell sprouts, right? Alright, elderly. Send out your plants. Oh, it's an owl! Okay, good job. You surprised me. It's fine. Nosy elephants never forget. I mean, really, if you're gonna match up an elephant versus an owl, I don't care what that owl can do. It's not gonna win. Sure, it doesn't look that good, but just wait till... I'm never gonna be able to show off how rollout works, am I? Uh-huh. It's the Mareep all over again. So it put the elephant to sleep, and it's just sitting on top of it, pecking away, doing a tiny little damage every turn until it wakes up. Nah. Nope, that's it. We'll never see what rollout does. It's impossible. Just looks like a garbage move, because that's all it is a garbage move. Yeah, now that it's got 2 hit points. Good, great. Alright, that's it. Fanpy, you're banned. Bring out the bird. I just don't know why there's so many Bellsprouts here. You know, it should, right? Take almost any damage should wake you up if you're asleep. Except maybe like Psychic or Ghost or something like that. Even special damage from, oh, getting hit by a waterfall. Or lit on fire. Hit by a lightning bolt, right? Like, pretty hard to sleep through it. I guess Confusion would have worked on the plants as well, because they're grass poison, but... We just happen to have a normal flying with Confusion, and the ghost can't even hurt it, so... Sent money to Mum. Alright, you and your Pokemon got no problem learning Flash. Now we can go to Dark Place. Yeah, great. Let's get out of here. This place... Definitely we need to get out of here. Alright, so now we can go find the gym leader. And wake them up. Maybe we help them a little bit. Because my goal for this episode... Trying not to rush too much, is to at least get a badge by the end, you know? I don't think Bellsprout Tower is the best part of the gold, silver, crystal line. But it is done, so we can move on. Let's put... I don't know, who should we use? We're going into the tunnel. Honestly, I'm just going to let Toothy do it. I don't know what level it evolves at these days. 16 was pretty normal for Gen 1 starters, but we'll see. Oh, right, I did actually need to use the... So one of the things, I think I've mentioned it, but TMs are now reusable in this ROM hack. So there's no really HMs per se, they're just all TMs that are, you know, you can keep using it. And maybe you can replace them, I hope. But yeah, these are Flash is one of the worst neutral ones. In the Romhack, they made Flash like a 70 power lightning or electric attack. Unfortunately, no. Oh yeah, there's no the chatbots all died when I reinstalled everything. I haven't found a way to fix them yet. I lost it all. It's one of the reasons we haven't been doing a lot of streams. Maybe TikTok can flash people. That sounds like something they would do. Foresight is completely useless, so just dump that. Alright, so yeah, see how Flash didn't disappear. And flash him. One of these days I'll try to fix the chatbot, but it died a sad death. Use wing attack. So there's just a bird in a dark cave fighting a bear. Normal. The Ursa ring is just a bear. The bear attacks people stupid enough to go into its cave. Yeah. Well, that was quick. Didn't have to do anything. And we get an item out of it. I forgot how simple some of these old... I mean, the early dungeons areas in Pokemon Blue and Red were maybe a little bit harsher. So I'm assuming maybe the devs for Gold and Silver were like, let's just make the early game not so brutal, I guess. Or something. I don't know what they were thinking, obviously, but it feels like it's like a whole bunch of Bellsprouts that one bird can solo. And then, you know, a tiny dungeon that you don't even have any encounters in. Seems a bit easier than Mount Moon and Viridian Forest and all that stuff from the first game. But I mean, I'm being a bit harsh. I have a lot of nostalgia for the first game. Gen 2 I have much less, so it's hard for me to... I know there's a lot of people that really love this game, so I don't want to bash it. Advice! Believe me! Believe you! You can not use a grass type. Yeah, I mean, he didn't even tell you what to use, but, well, rocks. Or lightning, I guess. And finally, we don't have a rival that's ahead of us. Never mind, we have a rival that's ahead of us. Technically, our friend Lyra is not our rival. It's the thief! So, if you're a bird keeper, do you keep your birds in Pokeballs, or do you keep them in a tiny little cage? I don't know what's worse. Alright, I'm hoping our 90% doesn't murder us. I wish we had a better rock move, but... It's still... Well, that was a crit. I don't think there's much better we could do here. I mean, Geodude is rock, so that would help a little. Or Voltorb for electric. But, you know, I'm trying to avoid the old Pokemons, only using new Pokemons. It's gotta be the worst gym ever. It's just all birds. If you're new to the channel, blue and birds don't get along very well in video games. Alright, we got 3 out of 4 in the gym. Four out of 5. If this hits 5 out of 6. Okay, starting to get there. Yeah, that physical attack stats, that's what you need. So with a little bit of luck, we can absolutely trash this gym leader. I will just save a little bit of time by doing a potion here before the fight. Hopefully Nosy can deal with it. I am Wagner, the Violet Pokemon Gym Leader. Better not have any electricity. I feel like he's just inferior to Brock in every way. I'm trying, Kermit. I'm trying. Probably not going to be streaming too long today, though. I'm starting to get really dozy. Okay, so the real strat here is 1 defense curl. Maybe 2, but start with 1. Wow, critical hit, huh? Cheater. But this, basically, assuming I remember the mechanics, defense up is 50% more defense, and then rollout takes 1 use of defense curl and starts at double power. So 60 power, 90%, and then if it continues to hit, it'll go 60, 120, 240, etc. Up to some maximum. But if we keep getting crit, it doesn't matter. Alright. That's actually fine. It just self-heals. Stupid bird. But the next one should kill it. And if we can just not... No, it didn't actually kill it. Never mind. Well... I guess we're only level 12. But... certainly, eventually it's going to die, because rollout does get bonkers. So maybe we finally get to see how it works here. I think we have 2 more turns of it, so it could just sweep this group. Never mind. Wow. I think maybe the problem is Phanpy is too slow. Unfortunately, his what was I gonna say? His crit on the first turn is really the issue here. I know I said I was gonna try to avoid using a lot of healing items mid-fight, but the crit and then the sleep. Another crit. Wow. We get 1 shot here, and then we're dead. The blue Ankylo bot is broken. Sorry. When I had to reinstall everything, I couldn't find a way to. Did we miss our rollout? Oh my. Ah. The export-import system did not work. It did not keep all of the scripts, so I have to basically make them all over again. Well, okay, Nosy has completely failed us, and I have relegated him to trash tier. He was my only counter for the birds, and he killed 1 out of 3, so that was absolutely pathetic. So instead, we're just going to bite them, which is what I was always going to do from the beginning, but... Oh, we're just going into hypnosis cycles again. Great, 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 great. Alright, well we bought the Awakening because I hate Sleep Cycle. Great. I wonder how much of this is vanilla versus changed for the what am I trying to say? Changed for the Romhack. I wouldn't be surprised if their moveset's a bit different, but I don't know for sure. Come on, get the flinch. Yes. Bite is the best. This is why we took the crocodile. Who needs something that's actually good against birds when you can just bite them with the crocodile? Ooh, serious music. I do like that. I don't think I've seen them switch tracks the middle of the fight. But that's awesome. Okay, I'm awake. That's great. Let's do this. Alright, 8 damage is nothing. We're not much better off. We could go for the attack up. It's probably got Roost still. If we can get our attack up a couple stages. Just enjoy the music. Rage is not going to do much damage, and we did not get the attack up. I don't know the odds on it. It's probably like 1 in 3 or something. There it is. Maybe it's... Maybe I misremembered. It's rage doesn't... It's when you take damage after using rage that it gives you the attack up. Maybe that's the rule. Yeah. Still, we're at like +2 attack now. That's double. So I think if we start using the real attack, we'll be good. Yeah, if we get a flinch, we win, I think. It's probably just going to heal cycle until we get a flinch, but it's fine. We're doing about half its HP per hit. The crit will also deal with it, probably. I don't think enemy gym leaders should have recover or roost. It just stalls the fight out to waste our time, you know? I mean, the AI is doing the best it can, but... This is not the thrilling, exciting... Oh, and then you just do Super Potion. That's smart. This bird, he has been chewed to pieces. He's missing a feather. He's missing like a wing and a tail. We've just been chomping pieces out of him, but it's okay. He just nests for a minute and he's fully healed. This is so dumb. Could I get a flinch, please? It's like 30% chance to flinch, seriously. I'm pretty sure it's like 30%. I could be wrong, but I think it is. Well, we have 11 more bites. Oh, it'll just kill us instead. Great. Nope, too bad. I just finally didn't heal. That was ridiculous. Sheesh. Alright, well, first gym done. Not a very fun fight, but we got him. I'm sure once we can get a well-balanced team with proper type coverage, we'll be fine. But rollout is unreliable, and I hate it. And we didn't really have anything else, so... Thanks for the snack. A couple birds for dinner. Sent our money to our mom. Yeah, he almost survived that last bite. I think it was, to use the poke-nerd terminology, it was a range, because it could have killed him or not. I hate it when people use the word range, because they almost never do the math, and they're just like, it feels like it could have hit. That's a whole other story for another day, but yes, there's random variance in damage. He probably could have lived that hit, so. And then we would have died. Alright, we can control traded Pokemon. Hooray! And we learn bird... Is it just roost? It's gonna be roost, isn't it? I bet you. It's roost! Thanks! Just more birds. I think after this we're just banning birds again. Alright, Faulkner, we're never coming back. Stop calling me people! At least it's Professor Elm. It could be worse. I just don't like it when the phone, you know, like I'm talking to the audience or trying to do something and then it's like, oh no, you need to answer your phone. I hate phones. Even real life, I don't like people phoning me. Just leave me alone, I'm old. It's a gossip. Yeah, let's talk about the gossip rag in the Pokemon Journal. Did you know that Misty wears a bathing suit while she challenges? There's a good one, Melior. I appreciate that. Would you take the Pokemon egg? Sure. Better not have any birds in it. If you know what's in the egg, don't say it. Just pretend there's no birds in it. Blue 2, you're the only one we can count on. Obi Blue Kenobi. Alright, well, we could go walk around for a few hours and get the egg to hatch. Technically, you need it to be in your party for it to hatch. I forget the exact mechanics in Gen 2, and it's quite likely the ROM hack changed it. Let's get rid of the useless thing here. But yeah, there was some weird mechanic where like every like 1,000 steps there was a check, and it would upgrade a stage out of however many number of stages it had until eventually it evolved or it hatched. I was never a huge fan of egg hatching. I'll just be honest on that one. It's a very monotonous grind. And if you don't grind it out, then it's one slot or more of your active party sucked up that you can't use during fights, so not my favorite thing. It's all good, Meliar. Some days I don't know anything either, right? I'm just playing this game. I don't know anything about Generation 2. Well, I think this is about as good a time as any to break the episode up. We did successfully do Bell Tower, found Faulkner, beat him up, and his birds, and therefore we're done and can go to the next area. I think I just, I'm a little overtired and is a little bit grumpy, so I don't want to record too much more while I'm having a bit of a angry bird moment. But yes, we're done the bird gym. We knew it was going to be terrible. I should have predicted anybody with a full bird team was going to be gross. But he's been defeated. Next episode, we will move on and hopefully find some cool new Pokemon. So future tubers, thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed, and have a great day. Live tubers, I think same to you. I was gonna try to go a bit longer today and try to fix up my sleep a little, but it's I just haven't had enough sleep lately, and it does make it harder to have a enjoyable stream commentary line of thought. So I'm gonna get some rest, and I will hopefully get back to you guys in a bit. Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel that way too, Kermit. I know a lot of people say Silver and Gold are their favorite, and I want to give it an honest try because I have played these games before, but I always thought Red and Blue were better, and maybe it's just nostalgia, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Of course, we started with a bird gym. Anyway, yeah, for the live tubers, the present tubers, thanks for hanging out. We still had a pretty long stream, honestly. I don't think this was under time. We're about like almost 5 hours anyway. That's pretty good. But yeah, I'm trying to fix my sleep, trying to get back into streaming. Hopefully December we'll have lots of good streams, and I'll see you next time. So thanks for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you around.